motors, heavy. Also, airbag on that side, and there's going to be an airbag on the driver's side, heavy. So, they're not going in. We've got these bad boys. These are Lamborghini Superleggera carbon bucket seats, and they are so light. Like, it's literally, legitimately Lamborghini, but we've had them retrimmed because they were a bit old and rusty and that. We've got my MA logo in the top, orange stitching, Alcantara, and this has got absolutely 0 electrics in the bottom of this. And no airbags. So a massive thanks to Auto Trim for retrimming these seats and making them truly my own. The seats are a massive part of the car, especially in the interior of a Gallardo. And with this being a car I'm never gonna sell, I wanted it to really be my own. And I think these carbon seats have really topped off the interior. And they're not the most comfortable things, but you can't go fast in a Rolls Royce, can you? So you've got to have compromises.
They do look cool.
They look good. They look absolutely sick. Let's have the full effect. Everything's now a bit more creakier and race car-y, but that's what this car's about. It feels like proper race car in here now, doesn't it?
It looks like carbon, orange stitching, carbon,
yeah,
orange, carbon. It's just,
yeah, I think it does feel good. The only one problem is we can't drive it yet on those wheels because these wheels are well and truly buckled. So we're gonna get some warranty work done at Wheelmania. Off to Wheelmania, but on a trailer. We're not gonna drive this thing just yet. Let's go. These wheels have been in actually the previous videos if anyone's noticed. Yeah. Here are the new wheels for the Gallardo. Custom forged by Wheelmania. A completely different look than before and a completely different colour. But I'm more than happy with them. Here they are. Custom 19-inch. We've got a size smaller. So then I can run a bigger tyre, more grip, and look at this. Hard work beats talent with the MA logo in the middle.
So the old wheels, that's one of my favourite wheels we've ever done.
But it is time to say goodbye to them. They took a pretty big beating in the crash. Right, I'm excited to get these on. Let's see what they actually look like. But remember, custom wheels as well. I did all this. You guys can do it as well. All you need to do is WhatsApp Wheelmania and tell them what you want. And that's how they do. Literally make anything. Literally anything. But now it's out with the old bronze wheels and it's in with the new racy looking 19-inch wheels. I'm hoping these size wheels are really gonna help with the setup of the car. And we can finally say goodbye to those racing slicks. And it'd be a shame for the old wheels to go to waste, so I'm going to be giving them away to some of you guys. The wheels are on. It looks like 1,000,000,000% better. Like, I didn't think it could look better than it did, but now it definitely does. I'm not going to show you guys just yet because I can't even drive it. Let's go and line this thing and make sure everything's all pointing in a straight line. Let's do it. This is a big moment now. Literally tomorrow this car gets trailered to a place you're going to see in the next clip, and if nothing lines up, bearing in mind we've cut the front chassis off, the rear chassis off, welding them all back together, if nothing lines up now, we're in a big problem. We know it's going to be all over the place, but it's whether these guys can get it straight, and if we can get it straight, we're going to go for a good setup to hopefully be the fastest round the track. It's all down to this moment. So yes, the Gallardo will be going on track to test this rebuild to the limit. We've got to make sure all the wheels are pointing straight. At the minute, they're really far off. So the car's going up in the air, and the guys at Illumi Motorsport are going to start adjusting all the adjustable camber bolts and the track rod ends to try and get this set up perfect.
Left hand passenger side is right at the top of spec. We like Castor. so that gives you more dynamic camera.
So far, it's looking good. And it looks like we got all the chassis perfectly in line. And now, so's the suspension. That's crazy that we've got, like, these guys have got it in within 0.1. I don't even know why you mentioned this stupid thing, but you literally, second, they've got it within a second on each 4 corners with this chassis being completely chopped off front and back and put all back together again. So that is promising. You can also now see the car complete. I have a proper connection with this car. I don't care what people say. You can't have a connection with a piece of metal. This is a car that represents most things that I've done. It was an achievement, it was a goal. And when I crashed it, I genuinely thought this car might not be rebuildable. It's twitchy. It drives a lot better now it's 4-wheel drive. It looks exactly how I want it. And now I'm driving it in Portugal on a track. You can't ride this. I love this car. Now we had the car sent to this brand new circuit in Portugal, and we were supposed to be racing in the Gallardo against some other cars. Problem for us, it seems like it was the only day in Portugal where it actually rained, and I didn't want a repeat of the last time in the wet with the Gallardo. So to be safe, I just wanted to enjoy the car for myself. And this is it. Better than I ever imagined. Better than it was before, 100%. This car is now done on the road, driving better than ever, and I think it looks amazing, even though it is absolutely filthy right now. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you've enjoyed it, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
You got it on yet?
You want to smash me on the face?
Like a drug man, I just can't deny.
Really? Wow.
Damn, Bondell's hot tonight. Barely waiting.
Welcome to the DMZ. Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO.
Bruh. Alright, let's just this one.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Oh.
Are you seeing signs that we're in an AI bubble and therefore a economic collapse?
The classic signs, and that has implications for the economy, and it's bad for the society, and everybody loses money. But we also have some other things that are going on that happen around the same time, and I can go through these if you want.
Please.
So what I'm saying is clear because I'm a global macro investor.
And you were one of the few managers to foresee the great financial crisis.
Yes, and so right now we're very excited about AI, and we should be very excited because it's going to be revolutionary changes, but it's creeping into almost everything. The way I look at it is I look at the human body, and I see like it's replacing the body and so on, and then it replaces some aspects of the mind, levels of thinking and reasoning. But at the same time, we have another problem that's existing, geopolitics. I mean, China is a larger trading partner with most countries than the United States is.
And that's a changing of the world order.
That is one of the ingredients, right? And then also, you've got large wealth gaps. The government don't have enough money. And so when you have the downturn, then you have people at each other's throats.
So a lot of people, they're thinking about how to sort of secure their future. How do they all prepare?
Let me say that history has shown that it's not the most intelligent people that are the most successful. But the key thing to keep in mind is
This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So favor to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show and you like what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show.
Ray, for people that might not know who you are, you founded Bridgewater Associates in a 2-bedroom apartment in 1975, and you grew it to the world's largest hedge fund. What was the total amount of cumulative net gains that you delivered for those investors over that period?
I think it was something like 53 billion. We produced about a 12% return with never any significant losses, and it was uncorrelated with other investments.
And you were one of the few managers to foresee the great financial crisis, which allowed Bridgewater to post positive returns of 9.5% in 2008, while the S&P 500 plunged by almost 40%.
Yeah.
Let me start with the thing that I'm most curious about, because I sat here with an investor called Jeremy Grantham, who you might know.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that we're staring in the face of an AI bubble and therefore a economic collapse, potentially.
If you look at the data, it would be compatible with history for the peak to be very soon.
Oof.
Everything is in line.
That was not supposed to be my win,
I think
I'll tell you that much.
investment bubble in American history.
What's your perspective on that?
He's right. I don't want to jump to conclusions as much as I want to explain reasonings that lead up to conclusions. I'm at a stage in my life that I want to help people understand cause-effect relationships. What they call a bubble is when the price goes up
What's
a
going on?
lot and companies do very well, and then it collapses. And that has implications for the economy, that has implications for the markets, like 1929 bubble, okay? Or the 2000 bubble, okay, which was the dot-com bubble.
Does it impact real people as well? Because you said the economy.
It did 1929 bubble bursting impact real people? Yes, the Great Depression followed. Because what happens is there's a new technology that comes along that's revolutionary. The dot-com bubble, which was 2000, all the stuff that we have that's wonderful new technology. People get into that technology. They say, that's miraculous. I can bet on that. I'm sure it's going to be successful. And then they bet on it. And sometimes they borrow money to bet on it, and they lose sight that the price of it matters. So it goes up, and it's everybody's thing, you know? It's like right now we're very excited about AI, and we should be very excited because it's going to be revolutionary changes. And then at the same time, so I want to buy some of that. And everybody wants to invest in some of that. And what they do is they don't pay attention to the price, and there's a certain mechanics. People will borrow money. Wealth is not the same as money. So you see a lot of people getting wealthy, but you can't spend the wealth. You have to sell the wealth to get money because you can only spend money, right? So what happens is when they need money for one reason or another, taxes change, or interest rates go up, and so they have to pay their debt service and so on. There is a pricking of the bubble so that what happens is it falls, okay? And when that happens, people lose money. And as they start to lose money, the process works in reverse because when they made a lot of money, they have a lot of collateral, right? They can go borrow money because they're worth a lot. And that compounds on its way up. And then when it comes down the other way, it works the other way. Okay, now you got to pay your debt. And so then you have to start to sell assets. And then there's less demand for things. So there's less demands because if you're losing money because you put some money in the stock market and that company and so on, you're going to spend less. And as you spend less, then somebody else's income goes down, right? You don't go to the restaurants. The economic downturns that typically follow a bubble are like the Great Depression. The late 20s was fantastic. If you talk about changes and experiencing, this was the first time there was electricity in houses. So it was the first time you would have refrigeration and you would have lighting in houses. This was the first time that you had cars. First time airplanes. First time you had radio. And so everybody knew that they were going to be great in the future, and they were great in the future. But at the same time, what happens is as they buy them and the stocks go up and they borrow money to buy them and so on, and the profits don't live up to the price, then that causes this other dynamic and it produced the Great Depression.
So let's say that I buy this, and this is a unit of artificial intelligence. So let's say I buy one share in one of the big AI companies right now. Because investors are so excited about AI, they value this at $100. This unit that I have here, they say it's worth $100. So my net worth is now $100. I go to the bank because I have this net worth, this paper worth $100. And I asked the bank for a 50% loan on this thing that I own. They give me $50. Now I have $50. And then something happens in the economy, which means that the investors who have invested in this, and investors generally, now need money to pay off their other debts that they have. So this could be a war, it could be some kind of event that takes place. And suddenly everybody rushes to sell their assets like this one. And so when I go to sell this, the price of it has now plummeted to say maybe $25, but I took a loan at the bank for $50, so I owe the bank $50. But now this thing that I have that was worth $100 a couple of months ago is now worth $25, and I'm $25 in the hole, so I have to quickly sell. And then with everybody selling, all the price of assets drops, people stop spending money at the restaurants, like you say, there's less money around, and then the bubble has burst, and we're in this sort of declining.
You got it.
That's the whole big shit.
And
That's
it
big
happens.
shit.
because it must happen.
Yeah.
Meaning,
Let's go.
in these tremendous changes,
Let's
there's
go.
very little that's known. So anybody who's in the business of making
Oh,
AI
this son of a
can't
bitch.
be precise. They don't know exactly how much money is going to come in, right? So there's either one of two things. You either don't invest enough and then the competition runs away, or you invest a huge amount and you can't be precise, okay? And so when that dynamic happens, it's a problem. So yes, you said it very well. So I'm going to repeat one other thing to emphasize. What's quite common now is you can issue stock for, let's say you raise $50 million and you value the company at $1 billion. Only $50 million was actually spent on that company. But now if you raise that, you're a billionaire. Okay? Because the accounting value of that, what do you own? You own stock that is valued at $1 billion. Nobody paid $1 billion or whatever it is, right? And now you own that stock. But that stock you can't spend because you can't spend wealth. In order to spend it, you have to sell some of that stock to get money.
Yeah.
Right? And quite often there's an interest rate rise because that, let's say there's a fever and there's an inflation, then the central bank wants to try to put the brakes on that a bit. Okay, what does that mean? It means people who have debt, in a sense, have to come up with more money. Because when you own the debt, you have to come up with money to pay the debt. And that dynamic works. Between us, we've said it clearly. I think we understand the dynamic. So they have to exist. Now we have another problem that's existing. Okay, so we're talking about the bubble. Okay, but we also have some other things that are going on that happen around the same time. A big gap between the rich and the poor, and which also means the left and the right, the politics of it, right? Just as we have now. When you have the downturn, then you have people at each other's throats. So if we take politics, what you see is that they don't have enough money. The governments don't have enough money. We have big budget deficits, okay? Where do you get the money from in order to pay those bills? The UK has had, I think, 6 out of the last 7 years, there's been a new prime minister. And because there's not enough money for the government, and so what you start to see is people come in with their claims, but there's this, how do we get the money? And then people run who have money, they say, I don't want to be in this tax zone, that's going to be, and then they leave. And so there's a domestic political problem that is not people compromising the same way they used to compromise, right? So now you have the politics which compounds this. And then you have a world, this is what I call the big cycle. You have a world in which also the geopolitics changes. By geopolitics, I mean country to country. Okay, there's a system under normal circumstances. When there's a more dominant power, they impose their order, and that becomes more peaceful. But when you have arguments of how things should go, those arguments start to turn into conflicts. Right? And so those things tend to happen together. That's why I refer to that as the big cycle, that dynamic. Now, that is the confluence of the money, the internal conflict politically, and the external conflict, which is what we're going through. And the problem is, I think, that people don't know the cycle. So every day we go to our sources of information and you see this latest news, but they don't connect the dots in understanding that cycle.
Closing off on this point of the bubbles, what is it that makes bubbles pop? So if we are in an AI bubble at the moment and it is going to pop at some point, what is they call it a black swan event?
There are a few of them. There are bubbles and then the things that prick the bubbles, okay? The things that prick the bubbles, typically in the beginning, something that means that I have to sell some wealth to get money. And that's usually a rise in interest rates. It could be something like wealth taxes, something that means I'm very wealthy, but typically the tightness of money, because during that spot, there's inflation pressures and central banks decide that they want to tighten monetary policy and so on. It becomes that the amount of money that I can get by owning that debt at the higher interest rates is greater than the amount of money I could get on my equity investments. That's part of it. Also, what you see is a lot more production of stock. And what I mean by that, issuance of stock. Think of the supply and the demand. There's demand, right? And we've been talking about the demand that makes stocks go up, how we create this wealth. But there's also supply. So you can issue stock. It's very easy. There's almost nothing that's easier to produce than stock.
So if I own a company, I can just print more equity.
Yes, today you could probably go out and say, I'm going to make a company and I'm going to take it public. And you go to your audience and your crowd and you can say, I'm going to make stock. Okay. So it becomes when there's a market that wants stock, there's a production of stock.
And
and that supply of stock, together with the other that I'm mentioning, the need for getting money and so on, causes the
Let's go, baby.
Are you seeing signs that
Let's
we're in?
go.
Yeah. The classic signs that we're in. And the bubble, I should emphasize, it's not a you're in a bubble or you're not in a bubble. It's a degree thing. Okay. There is also that it's in weak hands. I can look at now who is in these companies, right? And is it in strong hands or weak hands?
Oh, yeah.
Classic strong hands is that when weak investors, not knowledgeable
Oh,
investors,
yeah.
then put a lot of money into it, particularly if that's in a
Let's go.
leveraged way.
Another way with debt.
With debt, or they can buy a leveraged version of that. Like there are ETFs now that are leveraged versions of the stock market and so on. And so they get into that. It's more like they're crap shooting. Okay. And then that's a sign of a bubble. So I've listed a few of those signs. Those are the major signs of those bubbles. And so that when it goes down, then you get the fear, then you get the need to raise cash, and that dynamic works its way out in the form of then the reverse happening. In other words, everything becomes cheap and everybody has the spending and the things you mentioned.
If we are in an AI bubble and it is going to burst, I had a friend of mine contact me and he said, Stephen, I think we're in an AI bubble, and he's running an AI company. So he said to me, I'm going to raise lots of money now so that when the markets come down and investors are fearful, they don't want to invest in companies, people stop spending as much, they start thinking about their subscriptions, they start canceling subscriptions, we're going to be good and we're going to be able to buy up some of our competitors who are going to be struggling. So he's just raised hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for his AI company.
Right, and it's probably like that. Easy.
Yeah, it was easy now.
Right.
The question here is like, what should, at different levels, so like the average Joe on the street up to entrepreneurs that are running companies, how do they all prepare for an economic bubble that might burst?
He's such a good example. And what that does, and just following up through on what we were saying a minute ago, is that increases the supply of AI stock.
Okay, yeah, because he sold stock.
Because he's going to sell more.
Yeah.
Right? And so as he and others do that more, this greater supply of stock comes in. And so he wants to get ahead of it in that dynamic. And then, that contributes to the bubble. But how do they prepare?
How does the average person prepare?
I would also say something. The future is very unknown. And people should not be timing. Sophisticated investors have a real challenge even in timing a bubble. So the important thing always is to diversify. Now we're going to go back to money, the basics of money management. And I by the way, I personally have gone through the cycle because I didn't have any money. And then I had a lot of money. And I remember the cycle very well. What happens is as you start off, I used to count how many months I would be okay, a certain amount of money, how much I would be okay if no more money came in. If I lost my job or whatever I did, I'd mostly I worked 2 years for somebody, but in other words, if money didn't come in, and it would be months and then years and so on to build that security because I had to take care of my family and so on. And so as we're looking at these things, these are the choices that you have in order to be able to say, do I buy my house or apartment? Do I put my money into cash? And what happens to money is you have to put it into something because they'll pay you interest on it. Okay. So that's your cash deposit and so on. And people think that that's the safest. It's the worst investment over a long period of time because inflation will eat it away.
You mean putting it in a bank, just leaving it in a bank?
In whatever form, a money market fund and whatever it is that short term, I'll deposit it and it'll give me an interest rate. Okay. And that's what they think about as cash. Nobody leaves it literally in cash, because if it's literally in cash, it doesn't earn interest. So why shouldn't I put it there and get some interest on it? And so that's cash. And people think that that's the safest. It has the lowest return, guaranteed almost to have the worst return over the longer period of time.
People keep cash because it feels safer.
That's right. And I'm saying it's not safer because of inflation.
Explain that to me in simple terms.
Okay. Well, if I got no interest rate, then what I would do is I'd lose to the inflation rate.
And what's the inflation rate?
And well, 3.5 or 4%. It happens to be about where it is now.
A year?
Yeah, a year.
So that I lose $3.5 a year.
That's right.
If I just leave it in cash.
That's right.
Okay.
Now I'll get an interest rate on it if I put it someplace, and it'll give me maybe an interest rate that's somewhere in that vicinity, similar to that.
4%.
And then I have to pay taxes on it.
Oh, you have to pay taxes on the gain.
Okay,
fine.
Right? Even though you really didn't gain relative to inflation, you still have to pay the taxes on whatever you've earned or something. Anyway, over the long term, it's a lousy return. Because also think about returns also come from productivity. And over a period of time, people learn how to do things better and so on. So then you can invest in, let's call this stocks. Okay, we'll call that the stock market. This is cash, and then you think on the stocks. And then the stocks can go up or down, and then they have this dynamic that we're talking about that creates these big cycles and the busts. And those cycles, when they go down 60, 70%. Okay, that's what a bear market looks like. Woo! What a dive. Okay, this is gold. That's gold. And these are bonds, and this is your house, and that's Bitcoin. Okay, so these are the choices. They each change for certain reasons. I'll digress into that in a minute. But what happens is they go like this. When gold goes up, tends to be that the bonds will go down in value, or your house. And these change in a certain way. And so the best thing to do is to have a diversified portfolio of that. When you have that, rather than any one, you won't reduce your return, but you will reduce your risk.
And diversified means having a little bit of each.
Right, a certain amount. And you have to know how to balance them because of their volatility. This one, stocks, is more volatile than this one. And my only recommendations are, you start, first of all, with what you need. Should I buy a place, or should I use that money and I could travel more and so on? One of the advantages of the house, the apartment, and whatever, is it's your environment. Your environment is important. It produces forced savings. Sometimes that forced savings is good. It typically is taxed better. It's a better vehicle for tax over a period of time. But I'm not arguing for this alone, but I'm saying when I'm looking at this, then I think this one, gold, is very interesting, because when all of these tend to do badly, this tends to do well. Okay, so it's a very effective diversified, because this was money, not until 1971. And it's still the second largest reserve currency. Central banks hold reserve currencies. So it has qualities that are different from this. And this has qualities like when the value of money goes down because of inflation, this...
Bonds.
Okay.
And bonds are basically lending the government money.
That's right. If you lend the money at a certain interest rate, and then inflation and interest rates rise, you're kind of locked into that interest rate. And so it has its own problems. The more important thing I would say is, you save up and you say, how many years can I live if money doesn't come in? Okay. And then you take that and you say, how could I be secure? So I don't want to put it into one thing that can go down 70%. So how do I diversify that? That's my main headline.
A lot of people in the comments of our last episode, they were asking us, like, how does this apply for someone who doesn't have much money, maybe doesn't have any assets, say they're 30 years old, they have, I don't know, $100 disposable income, and they're thinking about how to sort of secure their future. What is the advice for someone in that situation?
Your only asset is yourself, and I guess what you're going to get from the government. How do you sell yourself at getting a better income, or how are you getting money from the government? You selling yourself is the main thing. This is one of the big problems now with artificial intelligence and other machines replacing people and different types of jobs. It becomes more difficult. It produces that big wealth gap while you're having more productivity. Everybody wants more productivity because it means how do you produce things more efficiently? But that's contributes to the income gap because your productivity equals your income for a large extent, and then you have the political dynamic. It's tough to get yourself out of this position that you mentioned. I'm imagining that person. Okay, it's not easy. There is this giant polarity. If you're in the top 10% of talent, let's say, the world's your oyster. But nowadays, in order to be there, okay, that's difficult. Find something that gives you the ability to sell your time for good money. Is that going to be that you're driving an Uber? Is that going to be that you have the talent and you're going to be able to understand AI and contribute that understanding to a company that values that? Or what is your skill? You found this, okay? And you found the way, okay? But you need money, okay? And the thing that you want to do, what you're doing, and I'm lucky enough to do, is to make your work and your passion the same thing, and don't forget about the money part.
Yeah, I one of the things that I think I didn't realize earlier in my career is that whatever skills you have will be valued differently in different contexts or industries, should I say. So, for example, say that my skill here, and I'm not trying to flatter myself, but say my skill here
It's
is
working.
having conversations, right? Let's say that's what it is.
Yeah.
There's lots of places I could have conversations, and those places would value my ability to have conversations wildly differently per hour.
Right?
So I often think this and speak to my friends about this when they tell me their skills. I say, let's look at the different industries and how they would value the skills you currently have differently. A good example, again, you could be an Uber driver or you could chauffeur Ray Dalio. Now, I imagine those two things pay wildly differently, but the same skill of driving a car, broadly speaking.
I agree with all that.
And so I think that's one way to just, the other way is you go ask your current boss for a promotion. But again, they're going to value you in the context of their other employees, the market in that industry, etc. So you might get 10%, but you're not going to see a step change necessarily. So that's something that I always say to people.
Absolutely right. And another law of something, and I think it's almost a law of everything. It's a law if you buy almost anything, is those at the top, whatever the thing you're buying, if you're buying a painting, a piece of furniture, a piece of clothing, a person's time or whatever, command premiums that are many multiples of the average. It's almost like if you could invest 10% more of your time, your effort, your skill to go up, okay, you will get twice as much for 10% better, something like that, okay? So that's part of the formula of life and a formula of employment. And so I think if you keep what you brought up and what I'm bringing up in mind, that helps you position yourself and know what to do.
There should be a button just down below here. And if it says subscribed, you're already subscribed. If it says subscriber, that means you're not yet. And if you're not subscribed, please could you do us a favor and hit that button. It helps the show more than you know. And according to the algorithm, you're someone that watches our show, but you haven't yet hit that button. Thank you so much. We didn't mention this thing here, actually. So I probably should talk about it because people are talking about it a lot right now, which is
Or
Bitcoin. What's your perspective on Bitcoin? I know the market in Bitcoin is down at the moment.
I have about 1% of my portfolio in Bitcoin because there's different kinds of money. And the money that you can't print, that's one kind. This is the other kind of money that you can't print.
Gold.
Yeah. You cannot crack it with technology. You can hold it, you own it. There's a saying that it's the only financial asset that is not somebody else's liability. Somebody has to give you something for it. It has that. So in my category of wanting, let's say, make sure that I have some hard money, which for most people should be between 5 and 15% of their portfolio, I prefer that. I'm pointing to the gold bars here rather than the Bitcoin.
Is it still, in your view, a gold-like asset?
Yes, it's a type of money that can't be printed, but there are technologies that can hurt it. In other words, if there's quantum computing and it can be monitored by governments and so on, it could be taxed. And digital currencies are somewhat similar.
But you don't like Bitcoin as much as gold because of privacy reasons as well.
And when the governments say, I don't want it, they have the power, therefore, to do whatever they want with it. And central banks will not own any significant amount of that because of the reason I said. They want their transactions to be private and in their control. Think about how different it would be for Russia. Okay, they confiscated these kind of other assets. They didn't get these.
Gold.
Okay, gold. And so what you're seeing, even particularly in this time of conflict, is that there's a sense that if I'm holding this, others won't get it.
You mentioned a second ago the impact you think AI is going to have on the economy broadly, but also, again, to real people's lives. There's lots of debate. I mean, there's been a debate over the last 10 years or so within the world of AI. You had the big AI CEOs originally saying that AI would cause job disruption, and that, you know, you've even had some of the CEOs more recently saying work will become optional in a world of superintelligence. At the same time, we have robotics coming over the horizon. So you've got this sort of convergence of intelligence and then, I don't know, you could think of it like muscles, like physical muscles or ability. At the same time, we're seeing AI accelerate in its capabilities. What does this mean for the average person and their job, and who's going to benefit from this AI revolution in your point of view?
It means that you will either be cutting edge and capable, and among that top fraction of a percent down to 10% of the population who is cutting edge and using it and accelerating, or you will, if you're in a thinking job, be at risk of being replaced. We're coming into a world where we can automate everything. The evolution of man was, we had the agricultural era, and there was no real inventiveness. And then man invented the machine. And what the machine did is it replaced man's physical necessity. So men used to be like oxen in the agricultural field and so on, and they were replaced by tractors. And then we entered the industrial age. First, you had the printing press that allowed people to learn. And then you had these inventions, the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution. And what you had is the replacing the physical that man would do in factories then and so on. And so the way I look at it is I look at the human body and I see like it's replacing the body and so on. And it's coming up higher and higher, and then it replaces some aspects of the mind that you can computerize. And it's coming up, and it's replacing higher and higher levels of thinking and reasoning, okay? So that path is part of the evolutionary path that is happening, okay? So then you start to say, what do I have to offer? And so in answer to who benefits from it, those who benefit from it are those who are the capitalists with the ideas that replace the workers. And so if you look at, there's revenue for businesses. When you buy something in a store, there's revenue. Okay. And if you look at the share that is going to workers, you see that share going down. And if you look at the share that's going to those who own that business, that share is going up. That's, how do they share that revenue in terms of the cost? And you see that that's rising. And so this is an evolutionary process. And it's true that what happens is you get more free time. Okay. So now the society has to think, how do I deal with this? So, for example, the work week, which used to be, a 60 or 70-hour work week, goes down to less than a 40-hour work week, and there's more time. But there needs to be, how do you create a bottom? And so we're going through this phase in which there is this upper end that is making incredible amounts of wealth, as we described, and then this lower end that is then having these challenges. We have a relatively good economy, and the difficulty of college graduates to get employment has increased significantly. And I can tell you that in many businesses, it becomes more of a pain in the neck to have a college graduate, let's say, do it. You have to train them, and many of those tasks, many of that thing can be done very quickly with the AI and with computerization. And as you get into robotics, you're going to have that happen, right?
The speed of the disruption that we're seeing, because of the amount of capital that's flowing into these AI frontier models like the Anthropics and OpenAI, et cetera, is quite different from anything else, sort of the historical precedences we've seen through the Industrial Revolution, where it took time to build the tractors.
There's an element of speed. What happens usually is the bubble bursts.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have the cyclical dynamic of that while the technology, evolves. But the supply demand and the debt problem that we just talked about then come in. And so unemployment is due to typically some sort of a combination of a financial crisis that, like we talked about, the debt and stocks going down and people not having collateral and then therefore not buying assets, and that dynamic, that causes the unemployment rate, that factor.
That's the sort of economic reasons, but in terms of the AI agent, robotics being able to replace you, I've sat with Dara from Uber, and Dara said that he imagines in the future, the 9 million riders that they have around the world doing deliveries will be replaced by autonomous vehicles, autonomous robots.
Those 9 million drivers' careers that you have will be out of work, conceivably, talking about being honest about the situation.
Yeah, I think, again, it goes to physical AI as well, right? So I think 20 years from now, you can imagine that those 9 million will be 20 million AVs maybe. But we have time between now and then, partially because we don't operate in the virtual world, right? We operate in the physical world. You have to get the regulations up. You have to build the cars. You have to build the sensor stacks. The models have to get there. So there is time between now and then. But you can imagine the majority of our trips being fulfilled by robots of some kind.
The unemployment rate gets very influenced by the bubble bursting and the economy going down. You see that spike. Mm-hmm. You certainly have the evolutionary change that you're referring to.
Okay, so it's both.
In other words, there's this evolutionary thing in which they, like he says, the tractor replaces the laborer, or the assembly line worker as technology is replaced. And that is an evolutionary thing that goes continuously for, many years in the way that you're describing. Because you asked about the unemployment rate, I just wanted to emphasize that the unemployment rate is very heavily affected by that bubble bursting.
So, okay, you've got two forces at once then. You've got when the bubble bursts, everybody, as we said, needs cash, so they start cutting their costs. So that's when they start laying people off.
Yeah.
They start looking around their company and go, forget growth, we just need to survive. So we're going to lay off that team and that team and that team. And then you see unemployment going up. And then you've got this sort of underlying shift happening at the same time, which is workers are replacing their team members with AI agents or robotics, or in the factories, they're now using robots to do factory work, etc. And that's the sort of current slow march forward.
Right. So I have this chart. Okay. What this represents, this line, is the evolution of technologies. In other words, we have greater and greater learning and doing things better. And that's the evolution that we're talking about, that also machines replace people or replace their tags over that period of time. Then you have this big cycle, which is typically lasts for about a lifetime on average, about 80 years. We went through that last time, 1945. There are orders. There's a monetary order, there's a domestic political order, there's a geopolitical order. Okay, you have the bubble bursting. Okay, you have this. This is what we're talking about, that dive. And then when you go through that, you break down these orders. And when they break down, then you would get rid of the debt burden. So you get rid of the monetary system as you're used to it. You may get rid of the domestic order. Many countries' orders, their systems end. I mean, they all end at some point. And so they can break down quite often in a time of great internal conflict. Does the system last? And that happens at that time. And so that's that big breakdown. But still, what you're talking about is, and I agree with it, this keeps going up, okay? Because learning, you don't unlearn what you've learned. So as this goes up, and you still keep this thing going up, okay? But you have the big cycle, the debt, the conflict type of movement. And these little cycles are the cycles that we see in this roughly, on average, let's call it an 80-year period. But you see the recession, and a recession has higher unemployment, and so on. Then they stimulate monetary policy, they make money looser, then the economy goes up, and you have prosperity. Then you go into a bubble, okay, and you run lower on capacity because you're using up the capacity. Inflation rises, they tighten monetary policy, and then you have the recession that follows. So these movements from one recession to the next recession, that cycle that I've just described, on average has lasted about 6 years, give or take about 3. So that's the way it looks.
So I'll play this back to make sure I understand it. There is a sort of bigger macro bubble, which is over 80 years, which is the changing of the world order.
Yeah, you get deeper and deeper and deeper in debt over a lifetime. To, let's say your debt capacity, you have a certain amount. So the government's debt capacity, for example, they can borrow. When you wipe it out here, then you can build it up until it starts to squeeze. Debt service starts to squeeze out.
And that's a changing of the world order.
That is one of the ingredients, right? So, okay, we have too much debt. At the same time, what you're building up is you're building up great wealth gaps, because capitalism, and I love capitalism, but here's the reality. It creates big differences in income and wealth. And when it does that, that also creates differences in people's opportunities. The rich people can educate their children well, and they can give them all the benefits. I mean, education is a big benefit. That's why there should be broad-based, excellent education. But all of that happens, and so you see wealth gaps.
That's wild.
So
$5, bro.
the
You got
Industrial Revolution leads into the Gilded Age. Okay, the Gilded Age looks a lot like now, you know, people buying expensive things and looking very gilded. And then it leads to the robber barons. And the robber barons are people who are considered, you know, that they're taking advantage, the billionaire class, and it becomes that cycle. So that's the way it works.
So you've got this 80-year sort of, you know, boom, and then there's a collapse, which sort of ends in conflict and the changing of the New World Order. And then within there, you have these little bubbles, which are really economic bubbles that go up and down. Recession, people get very excited, they contract, they get excited, they contract. and then you have the straight line here, which is the sort of technological improvement across the spectrum of ideas and technologies and all these things.
It keeps going.
And it keeps going regardless of this boom and bust, because, as you say, people never forget. So a couple of questions on this then. I don't even know which one to dive into first, but let's go for, I guess, just closing off on the last point that I was getting at is there's this narrative that there'll be new jobs created because of AI and robotics and everyone will be fine. A lot of this narrative comes from Silicon Valley.
Who is producing the technology that doesn't want to be attacked because they're
making a lot of money.
They may have an
and they're in the Gilded Age.
Desire to have a certain perspective. I think objective people in Silicon Valley, and there are a number of them, would say it's going to have a big employment. But you can see it in the wealth. Who owns stocks and who doesn't own stocks? Okay, now if you own stocks, you're very happy now. Okay, and if you don't own stocks, you're not getting that benefit of owning stocks. So that in and of itself creates a greater wealth, even aside from employment. Okay, so there are these forces to create the greater wealth gaps, right?
Roughly 61% of US adults own stock in some form, and most of them hold it indirectly through their retirement plan. Only 20% of Americans directly own individual stocks or shares through a brokerage account, while over half of Americans own stocks. Ownership is heavily concentrated. The top 10% of households hold almost 90% of the stock. How do you feel about this narrative coming from predominantly Silicon Valley, that there'll be new jobs created that we can't yet forecast and everyone will be fine? They point to the Industrial Revolution. They say, look, when the tractors came, we thought everyone was finished. When factories came, we thought everyone was finished. But look, we figured some other stuff out.
Because if you look at that, this is this thing I'm saying, that as your body is more and more replaced with your mind, then you can do that. But when your mind is replaced and your body is replaced, what is it that you have to sell?
What is it that we have to sell as humans once our body and our minds are replaced?
What man has is emotions and has intuitions. There are certain things that artificial intelligence doesn't have. And so if you have to get down to what those things are, does the robot give a good massage? Does, what is it that is left? And so we will wrestle with what it is that is left, okay? But I think that for the foreseeable future, those who can work very well where they have an exceptional human intelligence and work in partnership with the artificial intelligence, that they are going to be at the cutting edge of all of this.
I've got 60 seconds and I'm going to show you how much I can get done because of our sponsor called Whisper Flow. And for those of you that don't know what it is, it's a business I invested in that turns your speech into text in any app or device. I'm going to post into our Slack channel, which rewards whichever team member conducted the most experiments this week. Hi everyone, here is this week's Experimenter of the Week. Congratulations to the Diary of a CEO trailer team, which is Ant, Liv, Dom, and Cam. You guys have won. Okay, now I'm going to open Gmail. So here is one of our founders on an email chain that I want to connect my team with. All I have to say is add my team's emails and Whisper will do exactly that. Now a quick message to Juan, who does my schedule every single week. Hey Juan, can I record on Wednesday at 2 p.m? Actually, no, do you know what? Let's record at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. Whisper Flow is 4 times faster than typing and it is incredibly easy to use. So if you want to give it a go, all you have to do is head to whisperflow.ai/Stephen to download it today. Just like John Jones, where marginal improvements in your cognitive performance can have a massive impact. Sometimes I podcast for 10 hours a day. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been in filming for a TV show and I have like 1 or 2 days off to get all of my work done, which means there's lots of cognitive load. And so I turn to ketones because I find myself more articulate, able to think more clearly, able to work out better when I'm fueled by ketones. And so the reason I became a co-owner of this company and the reason why they now are a sponsor of this podcast is because I remember one of my team members called Christiana, she tried it once and came up to my desk and she goes, "This is the best product ever made."
And I think in part that's because she really cares about those cognitive benefits, as I do, as John Jones does, and as I think most of my listeners probably will. So if you haven't tried these yet, all you have to do is go to ketone.com/Stephen, and you'll also get 30% off your first subscription order. You'll get exclusive Ketone IQ merch, and of course, cognitive benefits that might just change your life. So if you had kids that were 16 years old now, Ray, and they said, Dad, what do you think, based on everything you know about the future, what should I be doing?
First of all, there's the question of what matters most in your lifestyle. So I'm going to get philosophical, not assuming that the highest income is the best, okay? Because happiness, you want happiness and health. And so in answering your question, there's very little correlation between the amount of money you have and the level of happiness that you have past a basic level. And so I could answer your question first, which the obvious way is to say to earn the most amount of money. And I want to start off in saying that, my experiences and so on is I love being in nature. And it doesn't cost me hardly anything. I mean, it depends where your pull is. And so don't lose sight of your pull and what it's about. What you want to do is you want to get above the level that you don't have to panic. We just earlier discussed how many months can I live, and to be able to secure that and to be excited and have that passion or whatever it is, the life that I want to have. So I just want to emphasize, keep in mind of that. But then also, my principle is make your work and your passion the same thing, and don't forget about the money part, right? So know your nature. This is what I tell my grandkids, okay? Yeah, you have a field and you also have a nature. It's not just your preferences. People think differently. Some are more adventurous. Some are less adventurous. Some are more conceptual or artistic and can think with imagination, and they love doing that. Some people don't like that. Some people want to make life should be more concrete and more certain and so on. That's your nature. You're a lot born with that nature, and you also learn it in your earlier years. We know this of how neuroplasticity works and so on. So we are all on a journey to find the match between our nature and our path. And you find that path, but you can't forget about this money part.
So
while
on that
you're
point,
pursuing that path.
Don't forget about the money. So if your grandkids came to you and they said, I want to become a lawyer, would you say, listen, that's forgetting about the money because I think AI might take that job? Or would you say yes? Would you, if they said, I want to be,
I think you,
I want to do a thinking job.
let me say that history has shown that it's not the most intelligent people or the most intelligent species that are the most successful.
Come on, baby.
And it's not necessarily those that work the hardest, although these things are very important. It is those who species and people who are also most adaptable. And so there's going to be great change in your lifetime. Okay. And so, yes, today it's artificial intelligence. But if you went back not long ago, we didn't even know artificial intelligence would exist the way artificial intelligence today exists. And the future will be like that. So when you're nailing it down, it used to be make sure that you know how to code. And then Claude Code comes along, and all of those who are coding are worried about their jobs. Okay, so what is it that matters? Okay, it is the approach to life, in a sense, that produces that the general understanding and also the adaptability. I think a lot has to do with knowing yourself. That's why in building Bridgewater, the personalities of the person were very important in what suited their jobs. And then I built this a personality profile test. Then I made it online for anybody to go take. It's about 30 minutes. It's free online. It's called Principles U. That'll tell you a lot about your nature. Okay. But your goal is to find that nature and what are the paths. And there are several paths, and they're constantly changing to find that nature. Okay, you experiment, you learn. Okay, but you probably were pulled into this job by your nature, right? And so, and you made it work. And here it is. It works in all of those dimensions, and it's like that for everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look forward to the future, and I think if I was a young person at this stage and I was trying to set out where to aim my career, I would be more confused now than ever before, especially because they're also contending with this unemployability crisis amongst entry levels.
But if you're talking about you'd be confused because you can't anticipate the future, that's right. That's just the way it is, right? And if you say, what is it that I need given that reality? Okay, I need to learn, I need to know how to maximize the use of tools like AI to be able to increase what I know, and how do I use that to the best of my ability to be as useful as possible doing things that fulfill me. Okay, so that's what you need to do. You're asking what you need to do. Just get over the fact that you don't know what the future is going to be like. So if you're looking for an answer, is it going to be a computer programmer? Is it going to be this or that? No, just maximize your ability to know, which is so easy to do nowadays, right? So maximize that, and then use that to maximize your usefulness and in jobs that make you happy. And that's the thing that's the best I can give you in terms of my 16-year-old. That's the best I can give them, because I don't want to mislead them that it's the thing, that it's the particular job. Okay, that'll mislead them.
You talked about this 80-year cycle, which results in this new world order. And it sounded like you were saying that near the end of the cycle, you see wealth inequality, and you see the Gilded Age, where some people have lots of nice things and other people at the other end are struggling. And this is a function of capitalism.
First of all, it's a reality that it's not only just a wealth gap difference, and if the majority system is not working for the majority well, you're going to have a problem. And yes, it is. It's contributed to these things where one wants to create more opportunities through education.
Battle 1. Fight! Watch this! Here goes! Battle 2. Fight! Here goes! Watch this! Take that! Take that! So crap! So crap! It's nothing! Watch this!
So you look at this set of circles.
Battle 3. Fight! Here goes! Watch this! So weak! Battle 4. Fight! Here goes! Watch this! Wrench! let your desire for victory take you beyond your limits.
Battle 1. Fight!
Good idea.
Battle 2. Fight! Take that! Oh no! Take
Knock it off.
Battle 3. Fight! What's this? Await me! Battle 4. Fight! What's this? Oh no! Take a taste of this! What's this? Await me! Final battle! Fight! Everything! It's over! Are you Battle 1. Fight! What's this? It's over! Take this!
Knock it off.
Battle 2. Fight! What's this? Oh no!
Not yet.
So
bask in the glory.
Awake me, how stronger I am.
6 out of those 7. Because somebody else comes in and they got their promise. And the promise doesn't pan out. And it doesn't take long to be that I don't believe in promise anymore. So you bring the people in and then you throw them out.
We just had a new prime minister yesterday.
Yeah, I know. It's all part of the cycle. And so what happens is they don't have the financial, and the people move. It's just logic, right? It's just when you're heavily indebted and you're not as productive and you've got large wealth gaps, what are you going to do? It's politics. You're going to say, I can't raise taxes because if I raise taxes, besides having great conflict, people are going to leave. I can't cut benefits because those who are receiving whatever those benefits are the ones that are suffering. And then what am I going to do? Cut those benefits. So now, but wait a second, I'm running a big deficit. I don't have enough money. So where does the money come from? How do I get out of not getting more in debt? And then what does that mean for the person who's lending to you? They don't want to lend to you, right? So you're not going to get the money to finance the deficits. It's mechanics.
So what is it they have to do to get out of that situation?
They're going to have a major restructuring.
Go back.
Right down. Yeah, well, the way the central banks work now is they do a mixture of printing money, which produces inflation, and then restructuring the debt in some way, like make a change in the maturity. And in these cycles, quite often they put in capital control because they think people are leaving, so they don't want them to leave and take their money with them. So they put in capital controls that says you can't leave with your money, okay, and they'll have exit taxes, and that's the type of thing that happens until, this period of great turbulence. Then you, through a combination of restructuring the debt. Restructuring the debt means, like, quite often you lengthen the maturity of the debt.
Okay.
I think what's needed is a strong middle. What does that mean? Right now, there's a left and a right, and they're extreme. And as long as they're at war with each other, that's going to make things worse.
Yeah.
If you can find that middle course so that those are the most extreme are more alienated than those who say, we're going to have to figure this out together. And then what I would do, that leadership, that core, I would have something like a bipartisan commission in which smart people who understand how economics and these things work, both parties work together to come up with a small and difficult plan. In other words, you're going to have to make difficult changes in order to make that work well. But if you can achieve that, like sometimes in history, great leaders of opposing sides have been able to come up with a plan. That's how the Constitution is made. You come up with a plan for operating that way. And then you impose those difficult changes. And then when I say this, I say that that's very difficult but very long shot. But unless you have bipartisan support, unless you do it in a way where the pain is shared, and there's a sense that there is we're doing the right thing, as well as not a sense, just the reality of doing the right thing, to make most people productive. That is the best path forward.
If you were a young entrepreneur, 21 years old, would you build a company in the UK now if you had a choice? And if not, why not? And if so, why?
I would exist without, and try to exist without borders.
What does that mean, Bruce?
In other words, put aside all of these things that we're talking about to a large extent, and say where are the places in the world that have the vibrancy, that have the capital, that have the bright spots in the world, and I want to be around the most intelligence, doing the most cutting-edge, terrific things, and be global. In other words, don't be just stuck in a provincial place. Go to these places that are what I might call almost Renaissance states, that are good things are happening, and these qualities exist, not only with education, civility, the vibrancy, be in those places, but be able, not just in one. There's a Chinese, not a Chinese, Hong Kong especially, the smart rabbit has 3 holes. And what it means is, like, if the one place that you go to, it may not be the place that remains the best place. There are riskier places. The riskier places are those that don't have the elements I mentioned, the education, the civility, the productivity, all of those things.
So would one of those places for you be the United Kingdom? Because me and my friends talk about this sometimes. I've invested in lots of companies there, and the founders come to me and ask me these kinds of questions, which is based on everything that's going on with this turmoil and the big cycle. What's going to happen if I continue to build my company here in the United Kingdom?
I think the United Kingdom, as it goes through these difficulties, is as a whole a more difficult place. And then there are pockets of it that, when they're operating, are in their pockets, very stimulative, having those elements. Just like in the United States, there are places and pockets that have those. However, they're within a system and a place that is not healthy.
The real dominant narrative we're seeing, as I said this week, is that because there's this problem, you said there's not enough money, the most popular narrative, which I think is supported by about 70% of people, is that people over 10 million net worth, this is something proposed by one of my former guests, Gary Stevenson, in a documentary last week, should have a 2% wealth tax.
My preferred way is to stop people from hoarding enormous amounts of wealth for enormous amounts of time. That's basically my preferred method. There's also the wealth tax method. There's also capital gains as a method. There's a lot of different ways. But you have to deal with the problem of, if you do not tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families, their share of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they will, and they are, as we are watching, squeezing out minority families.
And this is kind of raised, I think it's $20 billion or something like that, but it would raise some money. So the big debate in the country at the moment is, one way to raise money would be this wealth tax. Opponents of that, I should say, people that are against that say people will leave.
If you took all of the money of people in the top, not, in other words, taxed at 100%, you're not going to come up with enough money because it's such a small percentage of the population. But in addition, yes, the people will leave. And you change the laws so that you make them retroactive. In other words, you say the law means you're going to be taxed as of a past date, so that if you leave, we're going to get your money. Or then you put in capital controls. All of this has happened before. Wealth taxes. Wealth taxes are administratively difficult, because how do you value all this wealth that is not easily valued in such things? But yes, what you just said is well recognized.
You mentioned earlier that this big cycle takes place, this one here on the front of your book, The Changing World Order, happens roughly every 80 years.
Yes, it's like health. What I mean is, it varies. On average, let's say, what is the life expectancy of a person? But life expectancies or how long people live vary. I wouldn't emphasize too much the amount of time exactly, as much as I would look at your condition.
Where are we in this at the moment, in terms of the symptoms or markers of the next big?
Well, we're over in this vicinity over here. When we say that the U.S., the UK, and other countries are later in that cycle when there's the loss of the things that we've been talking about, over-indebtedness, more over-indebtedness, the loss of power.
So we're in the collapse period.
the decline.
decline.
And you've studied this for how long? In terms of
500 years, the cycles for 500 years. These are objective measures. This is not subjectivity. You can measure these things. You can measure indebtedness. You can measure the education levels and the competitiveness. You can measure all these things. Clearly measurable numbers that show the health, just like a physical exam.
when there's a new world order because of this decline, through history over the last 500 years, has there ever been two superpowers that emerge as the dominant superpowers? Or is it just tends to be one?
In the past, prior to World War I, there was no World War I happened and then World War II happened because the world came together and there was one world. Before that, there were regions and they would have the different powers. And you could have a powerful China or India would be very powerful at the same time as the UK or the Dutch or whatever would be powerful. And they weren't in that one world. And the basic issue is when you have one world and you have disagreements, who's going to have disagreements? How do you resolve those disagreements? War. Okay. Maybe it's not physical or maybe it's whatever it is, but there's a disagreement. Where does the border lie? Where does this? Okay. The rules-based order is a theoretical conception of the United States coming out of World War II because there's the idea of how do you govern. You have representatives and you have them in the United Nations and so on. That's a nice theory, but the reality is when that comes in is inconsistent with power. Which means power or that rule-based system. So by nature, to answer your question, it tends to be a dominant power. We will see. China and I think the United States, I think the most likely beneficial outcome is that it becomes more regional. China has no desire to occupy, control other countries for various cultural reasons and things that I can go into. And their basic objective is to not be cut off, not be harmed, and then also be as good as they can be and be competitive, following their approach to a system, which is very much a top-down control system that's an extension of Confucianism, which is like the family, and that's what they want to do. You can possibly have this region thing, but you're not going to have the dominant world power if that's the case. You have some chance that there's a great conflict, but I think that there's enough wisdom, in a sense, to not want to go there.
So there's pretty much always been a superpower through different cycles. There's been one dominant power through these historical cycles. You're saying that you believe in the next decline, there won't be one dominant power, which has been the US for the last 30 years. There will be two. Because you can't foresee there being a conflict at the scale that would result in one dominant power.
The strength of each country will be how they take care of themselves. Are they going to be strong or are they going to be weak based on how they educate their population, how they spend their money, how they manage themselves? Those will determine the relative powers of those countries, right? And so that'll be true certainly for the United States and China. And so as we go forward, how will those systems deal with those issues in the best possible way? And that I would say, as long as the United States remains a power, but it has a risk of having a very bad set of circumstances, death and conflict, and these things that erode it. It'll be from within, but those things particularly could change that relative balance of power. And similarly, if China managed itself badly, that could change that. Given that if they both remain powerful entities, then what you're going to see is, I believe, more the recognition that there are regions, okay, just like there's the Americas, okay, and that becomes heavily much more the region and where that spills over. And then there's the region around China, the APAC countries, and that region, and that there would be the development within those regions, and I do believe the avoidance of a big war that would be very detrimental. There are issues like the Taiwan issue, but the Taiwan issue will be handled by, in my opinion, most likely not militarily in the sense that there will be a great war between the United States and China, but in the pressures that are going to be created so that there is a reunification of China.
You mentioned conflict that the United States are at war with Iran, and it seems to be a war that they can't seem to get out of. This is going to have an impact, presumably, on lots of things you've described here, but also the feelings of people at home as, we face the prospect of the United States sending troops on the ground into Iran because the Strait of Hormuz is going to become this choke point to global energy, and they're going to, and what does Trump do about that? He can't, it's like Vietnam, he can't leave, or else he is going to look bad, and if he stays, he looks bad. Midterms coming up. What's your thoughts on this war in Iran? Do you think it was a bad idea? Do you think it was a good idea? Does it play a role in all of this stuff here?
Yeah, this war in Iran, I think here's what's happening. Internationally, world leaders and so on, and particularly in Asia, there's a recognition that the United States doesn't want to fight a war. So the litmus test is who controls the Strait of Hormuz, and that the United States, the population of the United States, is worried about gas prices and losing people, and they want it to be all over fast, that you can't fight a war that way. And so what you have is the United States will not show up in Asia.
What does that mean, show up in Asia?
In Asia, there are all these countries who believe that the United States was going to play an important role as a counterbalancing influence for power in the region, because China's the dominant power and the others are much less power, and so the United States being in there was going to balance those power. And because they have a military presence, the idea of having bases in their countries was believed to be that will help that happen. Okay, now there's a recognition that not only they want to show up, but maybe these bases can become liabilities, and that the Chinese have a lot of influence and power under that set of circumstances. For example, chips come out of Taiwan. We can imagine what would happen if they blockaded chips leaving Taiwan. Okay, you'd see the world stock markets crash. You would see terrible things. That represents a non-military power, just giving the ability to threaten. Say, the Chinese say, for 5 days we're not going to have it. What will the United States literally do? Or if you go to countries like the Philippines, which has a treaty with the United States that's like a NATO treaty, how would the American public react that we're going to send military, aircraft carriers and so on into the Philippines to stop the Filipinos from being picked on by the Chinese? I mean, so what you're seeing is a change that is very similar to the British Empire in terms of being weaker. I remember a time not long ago that the United States would just have to almost hint to the country that we would like this thing, it to be this way, or we would like it to do that, and they would do it because of the American power, not just military power, but economic power and so on. Well, as you're seeing that power being eroded, for example, China is a larger trading partner with most countries than the United States is, or capital turning up. So these things matter. So you're seeing that kind of a shift in power. go to macro investing. My goal is to be as accurate as I possibly can. I can't let biases stand in my way of building. So I look at statistics and measures and indicators and so on. So what I'm saying is clear. It is, it's apparent. It's mechanics.
So what does that mean for the Iran situation? Does it mean that it...
Well, it means that it's a very, very difficult situation. What is all through history, and the Chinese know this very well because their way of having a war is conveyed in the art of war and also the tribute system, as they call it. You cannot easily go in and control a country for a long period of time, occupy. There are, 90 million Iranians, and they will be there, no matter what happens. Now the question is, do you have what it takes to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, by way of example, and allow, in other words, do you allow that to be in the hands of the Iranians, or do you not? And are you willing to pay the price to be able to put yourself in a position, which means take a lot of pain, and then enforce that for the, forever and ever future? Because it's not just take control today. It means, okay, how is that going to go on? And what does that mean in these other locations? Does the United States, they're going to do the same thing with the Chinese in Asia? They're going to do the same thing all around? Probably. Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, a change in the world order.
It sounds like a big mistake.
Oh, yeah, it was a big mistake. And also, what it did is it shone a light on the vulnerability. Before it wasn't apparent.
Vulnerability of?
The United States in being able to enforce it. When there's always the threat, we'll come in there, now the strait is open, we're not dealing with this, and there's always the threat that the United States will remain controlled. And that would be true in Asia and other places. Now, a light bulb goes off. In other words, like the British in the Suez Canal, we didn't realize. Now we realize
that threats no longer work.
That power no longer exists.
Ray, thank you so much for committing this season of your life to being more of a public educator. Because your books here that have been read by millions and millions and millions of people, and the videos that you produce that have been watched by tens and tens, hundreds of millions of people, have been so formative for so many of us, understanding the world in simplified ways. And what I love about the work that you do is you explain the world through principles versus tactics and strategies which are a little bit more ephemeral than understanding the underlying principles. And I think it does two things. It helps us understand the world in ways that allow us to see past the current short-term moment that we're in. But it also helps us think generally from a more macro perspective about how all these things connect together. And I think that's broadly applicable. The idea of principled thinking is broadly applicable to all areas of life, whether it's relationships, or your business, or your health, whatever it might be. You've really written the definitive books on the subject matter. I've got all of them here. Principles is the first one that I ever read, but then I watched all of your videos on your YouTube channel, which explain it in animated ways. Those are absolutely stunning videos. They're unbelievably stunning videos. And it's funny because, I've watched a lot of videos, YouTube videos in my life, but there's some that I have just never forgotten. And your book and your video about the book on your YouTube channel, which I'll link to below, are videos on YouTube that I've just never forgotten, because it suddenly helped me understand the bigger picture in a way that I don't think I would have ever understood otherwise. There's no running going to my history classes in school. I'm never going to read history books necessarily. So that video you made, but also the book itself, really helped me understand there's always a bigger picture. And funnily enough, I go looking for the bigger picture and the cycles, should I say, in all other facets of life and psychology. Because when you're dealing with humans, you are dealing with cycles. That's what I've come to realise. And you can find them and spot them everywhere and then prepare for them accordingly. So thank you for the wonderful work that you do in this regard. I'll link all of these books below. Highly recommend reading them. And they're not for boffins or super smart people. They're for everybody. And they're written in such a way. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that. I found the videos very digestible. One, how the economic machine works. I think it's 30 minutes. And it's been watched by 140 million people. And people get it. So I think it's my responsibility to try to communicate also in a clear, simple, digestible way. So I like to take a concept that's in a book and make it into a film, which is to try to pass along what might be helpful to people. So thank you.
Thank you for committing the season of your life to that. I really appreciate it. So, millions of places.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out. I bet you might love it.
And the types of patterns that caused failure, like touching a hot stove, get anti-reinforced, get destroyed, so that they fire less often. And as a result of all of that, you, over the course of years, learn to act in the world, and you learn all sorts of skills, and you learn world models, you learn like beliefs about the world, you can sort of like mentally simulate how it's going and stuff like that. So artificial neural nets are like that, except artificial. So it starts off as a giant tangled spaghetti mess of randomly generated artificial connections called parameters. These days, they might be something like 10 trillion parameters in the biggest AIs. So it starts off randomly generated. So it's, of course, completely useless. Like, if you give us an input, it'll just produce gibberish as an output. But then they train it. And they start with pre-training, which is where you give it a bunch of internet text, and you show it the first piece of text, and you put that in as the input, and then it gives a gibberish output, and then you positively or negatively reinforce it based on how accurate that output was at predicting the next piece of text. So it's basically playing this game with like predict the next word.
Isn't that how it happens with babies? I think I had a neuroscientist tell me that babies have more neural connections than adults, and yeah, it says toddlers have twice as many neural connections as adults, and I guess they whittle down through reinforcement.
Yep.
We have more pathways when we're younger, and just like the process of training an AI, we're trained down to like remove the ones that aren't useful and build up on the ones that are.
Yeah, it's both pruning and strengthening.
Okay.
And it seems like in humans it's actually more pruning than strengthening, but it's both. And in AI it's the same thing, it's both. So the first portion of training is where they train the AI to predict text, which is kind of like training to read. And a similar thing does happen in humans. So basically, the random tangle gradually takes shape and gradually sort of coalesces into more useful circuitry that has stored lots of facts about the world and has stored lots of skills for how to, process information and transform it and produce predictions. That's just the first step. After they do the pre-training, then they try to teach you more useful skills besides just predicting text. And so, by the end of the process, they've thrown lots of coding problems at it, and they've said, like, here's a coding problem, go. Here's a coding problem, here's an environment, you have access to this virtual computer, here's like the code base you're working with, you can write code, you can edit the code, you can run the code, you can read it, you can use the internet, go. And it does that for a while, and then based on how successful it is, reinforcement happens, and they have thousands, maybe millions of examples of coding problems like that they train it on. And that's why they're so good at coding now.
So what does superintelligence look like in this regard? Is it just more of these connections? How would they get more connections? Can you explain that to me?
So there's different AI models, right? So there's like GPT-3 and GPT-4, and GPT-4.5, and GPT-5, and GPT-5.5, and 5.6, right? Sometimes they're just the same previous model, but with extra training. Sometimes they're a whole new model that's been trained from scratch, including starting the whole pre-training process again. Over the last couple of years, they've done several new rounds of starting over from scratch. And typically when they start over from scratch, they make the whole thing bigger. The artificial brain much bigger.
Okay.
Right now they're at something like 10 trillion parameters. Back in 2020, it was more like 175 billion. So we've grown like 2 orders of magnitude in 6 years.
2 orders of magnitude?
Yeah, like 2 10x's, so 100x. Right? So that process is continuing. They're also improving the algorithms themselves. So they're not literally just the same type of AI, but bigger. They've also come up with all sorts of ideas for how to change the structure of the connections in the neurons and so forth, and change the reinforcement algorithms that they're using, and to change the training data that they're training on, all sorts of tweaks that have made this whole thing more efficient.
We're literally building a brain.
Basically, yeah. As they make more brains, they're getting better at they're making them bigger and making them more efficient and so forth.
And it's literally modeled on the brain, like the way it works, right?
It's certainly heavily inspired by the brain, but I shouldn't overstate the analogy. Like, there's lots of differences too. So, for example, the transformer architecture, which is the architecture that they use for these LLMs, is not really recurrent. So the information sort of flows one way rather than allowing all these sort of little loops on the inside. Also, the backpropagation algorithm is different from the sort of learning that naturally happens in human brains. So there are some differences, but yes, like broadly speaking, we are sort of making artificial brains. It's kind of like for brains what like a plane is for a bird.
That's a really good analogy. That analogy helped me think through a bunch of questions people often ask about AI when they said, can it be creative? But actually that analogy kind of helps me understand that actually that maybe that's not the question. It's, can it produce something that you would consider to be creative? Because creativity, people think of it as like a process, but actually it's judged based on the output, isn't it?
I mean, you can get philosophical about like, is it truly creativity that they have? But you can also be like, well, I mean, just look at all the stuff they're accomplishing, you know? And it seems like they're going to be accomplishing a lot more in the near future.
Yeah, I do. I asked the question about how this weighs on you personally because I can sense that you're actually personally bothered.
I mean, I think the situation is crazy. Like, first of all, it's very exciting. Like, AI is really fascinating and interesting stuff. I've been following the field for more than a decade now. I've been part of it for some years, and it's really cool, really interesting, and it's really fun to think about what's going on inside the artificial brains and why they are the way that they are. And it's really cool to see all the applications of this technology out in the world. But it really seems like we're on a pretty scary path. And the more you think about it, the more worried you get. And, you know, in stories, it always ends well, but this is real life. And I think we have to sort of stare reality in the face and tell it and realize that, like, it might not actually end well, you know?
Were there any recent, dare I say, I was going to say eureka moments, but parallel.
Battle 1. Fight!
There are a few things that have been, not exactly.
Battle 2. Fight!
So weak!
Battle 3. Fight!
There goes!
Oh no!
During a blind sacrifice!
Blessings for those who
You get exclusive keto make you merge, and of course, cognitive benefits that might just change your life. Much of the reason most people haven't posted content or built their personal brand is because it's hard and it's time consuming, and we're all very, very busy. And if you've never posted something before,
There's so many factors in your psychology that stop you wanting to post. What people will think of you. Am I doing this right? Is the thing I'm saying absolutely stupid? All of these result in paralysis, which means you don't post and your feed goes bare. I'm an investor in a company called Stan Store, which you've probably heard me talk about, and what they've been building is this new tool called Stanley that uses AI, looks at your feed, looks at your tone of voice, looks at your history, looks at your best performing posts, and tells you what you should post. It makes those posts for you. You can also just use it for inspiration, and sometimes what we need when we're thinking about doing a post for our social media channels is inspiration. Building an audience has fundamentally changed my life, and I think it could change yours too. So I'm inviting you to give this new tool a shot and let me know what you think. All you have to do is search coach.stan.store now to get started.
A friend of mine who knows some of these people sat me down once upon a time in London. He's actually said this a few times to me, but I remember one particular conversation where he says that some of these AI CEOs predict the probability of extinction at being, I think he said 7%. I don't know why I have that number in my head, but I remember it being less than 10%. And the point he was making to me was that even if it was 1%, like if there was 100 buttons on this table now, and one of them would end the world, would I dare press any of them? No. I wouldn't press any of them. But he made the case to me that these AI CEOs are very smart and they understand super intelligence, and that they think actually if there was 100 buttons on this table right now, maybe 10 of them could end the world. I've heard you say, I think it was on the Daily Show, the interview you did, you said that you think there's a 70% chance of human extinction due to AI.
I wouldn't say human extinction exactly. I would say something like 70% chance that this goes horribly wrong, like human extinction. But that's just one of several possibilities. But yeah, basically. Like for example, possibly the AIs take over and then don't actually kill it. You know, maybe they do something else. Like just because they've taken over doesn't mean that's definitely happens, right? They might, but they could do something else. So that's why I don't usually say like 70% chance of like actual human extinction, but 70% chance of like something like AI is taking over, or some sort of very big catastrophe like that. It could lead to.
I guess I got 2 points there, which is you've been around these CEOs. I mean, you've worked for Sam Altman and OpenAI before you
challenge your limits.
Do you think that they think there's a chance?
Yes, but I think that an important thing to understand is that like people sort of believe what they need to believe in order to think that they're good people and that they need to keep doing what they're doing. This is what rationalization is, and so. I think that the tech CEOs have like genuinely convinced themselves that like probably things are going to be fine, and that the way to make things fine is for them to keep doing what they're doing, and like they need to like make sure that like, you know, Sam's probably thinking like can't let Dario or Elon get there first. I know Dario.
Let your desire for victory take you. Battle 1. Fight!
Still publishing it, and now they're actually
Battle 2. Fight!
The tech industry. Take
Battle of life sacrifice!
So weak!
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
So shut up and die.
So, on this point of the buttons, you do believe that they think there's an incredible chance of extinction?
Yeah, but they've convinced themselves that like it's probably fine, and also it'll be even worse if I'm not. You know, like that's what they'll say inside the companies too. Like the people will be like, okay, well if we stop, what about the other guys? Like they're not going to stop. You know,
Yeah, this has always been why I've had this outstanding question, which is how does this not go bad when human incentives seem to rule the day when you look at history, and all of the human incentives are saying, well, if you're damned if you do, i.e. you're damned if you carry on developing these bigger and bigger AI brains, but you're also then damned if you don't from a geographical perspective, because the United States will lose to that country, or this company will lose to that company. So when you just look at human incentives and goes, how does if just purely incentives and disincentives, how does this end? Well, it carries on going.
Seems like it. I mean, there is a caveat to that, which is a hope.
Challenge your limits.
Which is that, first of all, if the world breaks down into levels, then there can be a more serious conversation about regulation and international treaties and things like that, and that can change the incentives, right? So the government could come in and say, like, actually, here's some rules that you all have to follow, and because they're rules that you all have to follow, then you're not incentivized to like break them anymore because you get punished if you break them, and everyone else is also following them too, and so it's fine. So there is that sort of like ray of hope that like we can change the incentives if
we battle one fight.
The second thing is that even individually,
not yet.
Battle two fight.
Watch this. Watch this. Here goes.
Because the evidence is staring us right.
Battle three fight.
Here goes.
In which case, even if we don't
watch this. Here goes.
Battle make a fine sacrifice.
kind of like too late.
Final battle. Fight.
In the economy.
We're already starting to see a little bit of it now, but not.
Do you still thirst?
They're impressive, but they're not like they're not just a drop-in replacement or more steady state.
And do you think that was sudden?
I think that we started because of the intelligence explosion dynamics, or the process self-improvement dynamics. So you could imagine a different world where it's gradual. And this is maybe how it is in a lot of science fiction, is, you know, the AIs gradually get better at a bunch of things, and, you know, they gradually automate, like, this one industry, like pharma, when they automate, like, you know, steering drones, then they automate, like, driving cars or something like that. But what's different about the real world is that the companies have converged on this strategy of automating themselves first, you know, automating the AI research process. And so, if they're allowed to continue with the strategy, we're not going to see, like, you know, the robotaxis and, like, the plumber robots and, you know, the lawyer AIs. We're not going to see that sort of, like, broad diffusion of AI into the economy happening first, because that's not what they're focusing on first. They're focusing on automating themselves, automating their own research, so that they can do everything that they're doing faster. And they want that to sort of get going and get to, you know, very high levels of intelligence, very high levels of general intelligence, and then deploy more out into the economy. right? So by the time it's actually coming for like all these different jobs, they will have had fully autonomous AI research happening for months, maybe years, you know? And that means that like the AIs will be vastly superhuman at AI research, and probably also vastly superhuman at lots of other things, just as a side effect, you know? If you're wondering what this looks like, well, we wrote about what it looks like. It's sort of like this wave smashing through the economy after they do the intelligence explosion internally.
What I'm hearing there is that because the AI will be able to improve itself and train itself, it will be getting better at everything at once, and then it will be released at kind of once. Is that accurate?
But it's not even exactly that, because even if it's mostly just getting better at the things that it's doing, like research, that'll have some spillover effects to other skills as well. And then when it turns to focusing on those other skills, it'll be able to do them very fast.
So what jobs remain in such a scenario, do you think?
I think that's actually a political question, not a technical question.
Because
on a technical level, all the jobs can be done by the AIs if they've reached that level. And so it's a question of what jobs are allowed.
And what kind of jobs wouldn't be allowed, do you think?
That depends on who's in charge. So there'd be some sort of political conversation about like what we're going to allow and disallow.
I mean, in this scenario, the humans are still controlling them, the AIs.
Depends on what you mean by control, right? So do the AIs actually have the goals and values that you want them to have? And are they going to robustly do that and behave as intended into the future? And then there's like, are they obeying your orders for now?
Are they obeying the orders? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So like, even in AI 24/7, in the scenario where the AIs take over and kill everyone, there's a period of like several years where they're still obeying orders, and they're taking some jobs but not other jobs, and they're helping to make better weapons that the U.S. government can use to like do its arms race with China and so forth. And that's why they're able to get so much power so quickly, is because the governments and the corporations and so forth trust them and is deliberately deploying them into all of these positions because it thinks that things are fine. But because these things are neural nets, you can't just like look inside and see what it's really thinking. You can't really tell.
I think this is a really important point, because unlike software,
we can Battle 1. Fight! Battle 2. Fight! Some childlike. Watch this! Battle 3. Fight! Take that! So crafty! Oh, it! Battle of fine sacrifice! Watch this! Claim victory and bask in the glory.
That's kind of and then you hear that like different constituents are coming. You could be asking yourself like, okay, well, what sort of job should I be switching to like survive this transition? But like, you have a lot more to worry about besides that. But yes, I think I would say that like, if we manage to avoid the loss of control, and we end up with humans still in charge of the AIs, and humans can like say what the AI's goals and values are supposed to be, even as they become much smarter than humans, and they can as they run the whole time. Then probably there will be regulation that protects some areas, and you can try to guess at what those areas might be. Maybe stuff that's more like judges potentially.
What about podcasters? Be honest.
Probably not podcasters. I think stuff like being a nanny, maybe, right? Like I think that even if there's a robot nanny that's like really, really good, I think a bunch of people might prefer to have an actual human because they might be creeped out by the idea of a really good robot nanny. So you can sort of reason like that. There's also like stuff that might be legally bad, like maybe judges.
Believe in your power and reach for victory.
Some people say there's
Battle 1. Fight!
The problem with that is
So we take this!
Victory. Battle 2. Fight!
Take this! Take this!
Battle 3. Fight!
Because we have what I'm thinking my timeline.
Turn this around.
Potential for reckless behavior.
Nothing's ever easy.
Combat is advised.
Give
Step 3.
Final battle. Fight! Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
Let my guard down.
But
shut up and die.
Which means that by the time you're actually doing all of that, it's already going to be moving very fast, and the AIs will already be very powerful.
In your 2027 report, so you wrote that in 2025, just put it in, it's called AI 2027. You said that in mid-2025 we would have the autonomous employee, which is sort of like AI agents taking instructions over Slack or Teams. That happened. I've actually got an AI agent in my WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, they've got Clawbot exploded, obviously, around the world, and now Claude have talked about their new Slack integration, but lots of people are using agents now, and that happened. I'd say for us at the top, we really sort of caught onto it at the start of 2026. You also said by 2026, companies begin replacing entire corporate departments with AI agent subscriptions. 2027 is the final job. AI automates the job of the human AI researchers themselves and begins the machine learning research to upgrade and build the next generation of AIs.
Yeah. So again, timelines. We are uncertain about how long it will take to achieve these milestones. In this scenario, they happen at those times, but by the time we had actually published the scenario, our timelines had shifted back a little bit, specifically mine had. So like my 50% mark was 2028 for the full automation of AI research milestone, not 2027. And then other people had more like 2030, 2031, things like that. So I kind of want to like maybe try to illustrate this with we have like this probability distribution.
Challenge your limits.
Smeared out probability mass. And the 50% mark is this particular year, but there's like a lot of possibility that it happens
Later.
years earlier or years later, right?
Brilliant. What is this AI 2040?
So AI 2027 was our best guess prediction as to how things would actually go.
Yeah.
AI 2040 Plan A is our recommendation for how things should go. So we called it AI 2040 because in this scenario, they build superintelligence.
Let your desire for victory take you beyond your limits.
Battle 1. Fight!
Power is distributed. So that it still continues to have a slower.
It's over! Take Ready? Take this! Take this!
Victory will not.
Battle 2. Fight! Watch this! Watch this!
Prediction for what's going to happen.
Victory will not come easy.
Battle 3. Fight! A taste of this! Take that! To end you! Depart! Destroy!
Considerably. And I have to say that.
Take that! Battle 4. Fight!
And notice that there's significant so in
Final battle! Fight! Here goes! Ready? Time to end you! From where I am!
In a way that avoids all the problems, which we can get into in a little bit. And so eventually the AIs take jobs. Eventually, basically the whole economy is run by AIs and robots. But it happens gradually over the course of the 2030s, instead of happening in this sort of crazy shock, a year later, right? Because in this scenario, they don't let the robots recursively self-improve and get to superintelligence as fast as possible. Instead, they regulate AI development so that the core capabilities of the AIs are improving at a more reasonable pace, and also in a more transparent way, so that the scientific community can see what's going on and help make it safe.
But it's, I guess I noticed here that in both your scenarios, eventually AI and robotics do pretty much all the jobs.
Yes.
So you kind of side there with Elon when Elon says that working will be a choice. Because
yes. I mean, by definition, if it can do all the things, then it can do all the things. I think that there's a question of should we allow there to be AIs that can do all the things, right? Some people think that the answer is no, and we should just shut it all down and prevent these types of AIs from being created in the first place. And we're actually kind of sympathetic to that. We have our, should we bring up the plans diagram?
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah. So our scenario is called AI 2040 Plan A. It's a scenario in which they slow down AI development to make superintelligence happen in 2040 instead of earlier. And Plan A is our recommendation, so this is sort of illustrating our recommendation. But for comparison, we made like mini scenarios illustrating different alternative plans, which we call Plan S, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D. Plan D is basically the same thing that happens in AI 2047. Like the race continues, there's very little regulation. You can read about that in AI 2047. Plan C, also very similar to what happens in the slowdown in AI 2027, where they solve the element problems. So in that ending, they like slow down a little bit, pivot more resources to AI alignment and AI safety research, get lucky and succeed, and now they have aligned AIs, and then they speed up again and take all the jobs and beat China and all those things. Plan B is, it's kind of like Plan C in that, well, basically in Plan B you're being more aggressive towards China, and you're like taking actions to sabotage or cyber attack them to like keep them behind, so that you have more breathing room to solve the problems yourself. Plan A is our recommendation. It's domestic regulation and then an international deal to continue building AI, but in a much better way. Plan S is shut it all down. If you want to have a future where there aren't AIs running around that can do everything better and faster than humans, you kind of want something like Plan S.
What do you want?
Plan A is our recommendation. I think that I'm sympathetic to Plan S, but for reasons we explain, we recommend Plan A instead.
And what do you think is most probable, if you're being honest?
Plan D.
Which is that they just
the AI 2027 type of thing, where they keep racing. They don't really slow down significantly. And things happen extremely fast. The diagram sort of explains like roughly the reasoning behind this too. So like there's this high level thing of like, do you want to keep racing as fast as possible to make the AI smarter and smarter, to put them in charge of more things so that we can beat China? You know, if you're happy with that, then you can get down into this variation of outcomes here. If you are worried about that, well, you get to something like this. There's more different options besides these, but this is kind of like the ones that we could compress onto a screen.
Do you have children?
Yeah, I have 2 children. It's kind of sad. Like, I think that one way or another this will probably all be over by the time they're old enough to join the workforce. So I don't think they want to join the workforce.
When you say this will be all over by the time they join, what do you mean by this will be all over?
So these milestones that I described, AI's automating AI research, AI's getting super intelligent, AI is then exploding out into the economy, taking the jobs, building robot factories to build more robots to build more factories, etc. GDP starting to go vertical. That sort of thing is what I mean. Like all of those events transpiring. Maybe there's like 10-20% chance or something that hits a wall and then it comes to pass, even if you don't do anything.
How old's your oldest? 6. Boy, girl? Girl. So your daughter comes to you and says, Dad, what shall I study in school?
I mean, again, like, if these radical transformations happen, then the world would just look completely different, and what sort of jobs you set yourself up for basically won't matter that much, probably. I would say that the thing to do is, well, A, try to make it actually go well. Like, if you can exert any influence at all on history and how this all develops, you should be trying very hard to steer the future in better directions. And then separately from that, on a personal level, you should focus on, well, being a good person and doing things that are sort of good for their own sake, rather than good because they'll set you up for later employment, because that later employment is going to be very uncertain, basically.
Elon talks about this age of abundance we're heading towards. Age of abundance.
There'll definitely be abundance. The question is, who controls the abundance? And what do they do with it? Right? Are the AIs controlled by anyone? Or are they doing their own thing? And then, if they are controlled by people, who controls them? And what do they do? And what's the sort of like political structure governing how they make those decisions?
I think it was Geoffrey Hinton that said to me, he said there's no example in nature where a more intelligent species has less control than a less intelligent species. thus saying that we're quite arrogant to think that in a world where there's this artificial brain that's a gazillion times the size of mine, that I'm going to give it orders.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is I think it's like, that should be our default assumption, is that like, well, there's these brains, we can't see exactly what they're thinking, we're going to make them smarter than us and put them in charge of everything.
And then we're going to give them bodies.
Yeah, and then they're going to be autonomously building new factories and so forth, and like, how is this supposed to end well again? Like, isn't this just exactly like us picking a new species that's then going to outcompete us when it doesn't need us anymore? Like, I think that is just the default trajectory. Now, there's a whole argument we can get into about like ways that we could get off of that default trajectory. So, for example, there's research into interpretability that I described previously. And if that research bears fruit, then you will be able to actually see what they're thinking. And then that would be an excellent tool for shaping them and controlling them and making sure that they do what they want, right? There's other sorts of AI alignment research agendas that are making progress. And if enough of those agendas succeed sufficiently, we can avoid this problem. Of course, also there's the regulatory side too, where like part of what makes this difficult is that we're building these AIs in race conditions, you know? Like the companies are secretive about their recipes for making these AIs because it's secrets that they want to protect so that other people can copy them. And so a lot of it is happening, you know, behind closed doors. Only a few people can really see the recipes that they're using to train these AIs and so forth. And then oftentimes when the AIs behave in unexpected ways or even just like blatantly misaligned ways, sometimes that information doesn't really flow out to the public because the companies are not really incentivized to tell everyone about how they messed up and how their AI is evil. It's just not very conducive to scientific progress on these issues. If the regulatory system was different, then perhaps we could be in a better situation to make faster progress. Also, of course, we wouldn't be planning to put these AIs in charge of everything as fast as possible, and we wouldn't be planning to like let them self-improve. You know, like these are choices that we could not make. You know.
Xin chào mọi người. Chào mừng các bạn. I don't speak Vietnamese, but this show can because of AI video technology from our sponsor, HeyGen. I get messages every single week from those of you listening to the Diary of a CEO all around the world, and you express how much impact it's had on you and your life. And if that's true, then those conversations shouldn't only reach people in English. HeyGen can take one recording of me and deliver it in any language while keeping my voice, timing, and expressions intact. But you don't need a studio like this to make it work for you. Record 15 seconds of yourself and get an AI avatar that delivers studio quality video in over 175 languages. We're up to 20 languages now, and we're not the only ones using it. HeyGen is already used by 30 million people, including 85% of the Fortune 100. Whether you're building an audience on social media, launching an online course, or rolling out training across your team,
Challenge your limits. Let your desire for victory take you beyond your limits.
I can't run away.
Battle 1. Fight!
Hey, not yet. Come on, how's that? Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on, Come on, how's that?
Battle 2. Fight!
I can do it. Ha! Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on.
Battle 3. Fight!
Come on. Ha! I can do it. You're finished. Come on, how's that? You're finished. Come on. What? Come on. Easy.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong.
It wasn't as hard as I thought.
Challenge your limits. Let your desire for victory take you beyond your limits. Battle 1. Fight!
I can do Not yet! Not yet!
Bring up! Battle 2. Fight!
I can do
Battle 3. Fight!
I can do it.
Battle 4. Fight!
I can do it. Come on!
Bring up! The battle is over. Show respect for the fallen who fought.
My life is not for your take. Fine, I'll fight!
Claim victory and bask in the glory.
Curse this evil.
out again, and then it should be good to go. standard exhaust is on, and it is the standard exhaust. No aftermarket exhaust on that. It is wound with loads of bolts missing out of it. And speaking of bolts missing out of things, we had a problem with the front pipes. See what's happened there. So we just took the top one off. Yeah. And what should happen now is you're going to undo the bottom one, which is hard to get to. Yeah. There wasn't even one on the bottom. No. I can see one. There was one on the bottom. Zoom in. Oh, it is there. The clamp was actually there, but whoever thrown its exhaust back on, I guess, couldn't be bothered to try and put the bolt back on. He said, yeah, let's undo that side. And on the left side of the car, we undid the top V-band clamp to remove the bolt, and once that was removed, it wasn't a surprise that the bottom one wasn't removed. So those front pipes come out nice and easy, along with the standard back pipes. Stock exhaust is on, but we don't think it's a stock exhaust. We think these are sports cats because they seem way too small and lucky as well. So the lambda sensors, they've actually marked 1, 3, 4, 2, and that would actually match up these plugs here. So are they beginning? I hope if we trust in what they do, this should go in the right way. There's more to say on the other side, so I hope before we show you the exhaust, I want to see what it sounds like with no exhaust on the axle, the exhaust screaming out the back, so I think you get started. Now there's 8 sensors altogether, and these aren't cheap from Lamborghini. surrounding one, which you'll see is the bottom of the engine. In that goes, along with all of the subcoolers at the bottom, time them off. And then we can bring the SVJ back down. 13 meters above and eventually down the right hospital and in goes 13 meters. Job done. Before we start this again, this is also the first time it's going to really slow it down. I think we then the motor might be spinning the opposite to what I'm pressing in the car. And if it is, we've got to switch them round. Right, that's connected. Let's see if it's working the right way round. I'll put the handbrake on, and it seems to work.
Yeah, that's on. That's on.
And off.
Yeah, it's off. Yeah, it's off.
That's one problem solved. Again, saving us a bit of cash. Time to get underneath. Here, across here, should be a mount. It used to be like this. But in the accident, or a forklift, we don't know yet, something has pushed that up, and that's what caused our gearbox issues in the last video. So this is fully broke. Unfortunately, we can't cross-reference this onto any other car because it's only the SVJ that has a gearbox going forward, whereas all like the Hurricanes, the R8s and everything has the gearbox going backwards. So we've got a new one here from Lamborghini. Now this mount was pretty expensive, £1,455. But again, we had no choice, and I don't expect anything less from Lamborghini. Once I've got the bushing out, I put a bit of rubber grease around it and slide the bush into the mount, and then we can bolt it back onto the gearbox, not forgetting the ground wire which went over the top of it, and then there's 4 bolts which hold the mount to the carbon fibre top. Sweet. Next step, we're carrying on with the rear. We've got the broken frame at the back here, which is just broke there. We've got a new one. There's a few brackets we've got to take off this to fit on that, and then that can go on along with the lower crash bar. Let's go. Again, another part of the car that we can't really cheap out on. £1,800 for this new frame, but it does mount the rear lights and the rear spoiler, and we're gonna need it. Once that frame's in, me and Liam could then guide the crash bar in, which didn't have any damage to it at all. Then we can move to the front of the car. Now we're going to the front. We've got a load of broken bars, and one of the broken bars is this. This is, it's not been hit from the front, and that's why it's squashed in. It's been hit from the top. The wing was actually smashed in that way. So we've got to replace this bar. Then luckily this unbolts from the carbon top up here. Let's get this bar off, and then we can start fixing everything else around this area. As I showed previously, the front frame and the rear frame of the car both unbolt from the carbon tub, and it's no different for this part here, which I have ordered, but it hasn't arrived just yet. Prime bit of Lamborghini engineering. But now that the bar's off, it's given us a chance to fix some other parts on the front, like this brake cooling duct, which is all broken up. Boom! And it looks like we're gonna have to steal the bracket off it, because the new one didn't come with it. Again, another pretty expensive part from Lamborghini at £606. But where else are we going to get one of these from? Once we've riveted the bracket on, we can slide the duct back into place and bolt it back onto the chassis leg. Now there was some parts which we were able to fix, and we sent them over to Bob at the machine shop, where he was able to clean them up and re-weld part of the tabs back on which have snapped off, and even powder coated them as well for us, to make them look nice and clean.
Spot on.
And here is the bracket that Bob replaced. Thanks, Bob, at the machine shop. It's nicely powder coated as well. Actually looks better than Lamborghini. Now we can fit the bracket to the front chassis leg, and it lines up perfectly. And this bracket actually holds the horn and the headlight, which we'll get onto. We wanted to see how big the flames actually get once it warmed up. What's it?
That's so loud.
That's mental.
That's mental.
It's definitely going to be death before he gets to 60.
A lot of the stuff we're still waiting for at the front, that's going to be here in a minute, but we have an issue with this door, and this door, the window's always been down, but it's gone up, and we think the window goes up, but for now, because the window doesn't go down, can't open the door, so it's getting stuck there. Check the fuses, they're fine. Press the window switch in there, that doesn't do anything. I can press it, doesn't do anything with the ignition on. I can hear it trying to go up, but it won't go down. I've read the fault codes. I've got nothing regarding the door, so the car actually thinks it's fine. So it's not like something's unplugged. The only thing I can think is that the motor in the window is broken or it's got damp or something. And because we can't lift the door open, we can't get the door card off from inside to have a look at the window. So we're thinking if we undo this hinge a bit to lower it down, lower the door down, it might come out, but let's give that a try. So there's 4 bolts holding the door hinge to the carbon chassis of the car. My dad's undoing these now, and then I was able to slide the door away so the window didn't catch on the seal. With the door out the way, we can now lift it up as if it was open, and then my dad was going to put back in the bolts which hold the hinge to the carbon tub. Now we can access the inner door panel. To get this off, I'm removing this speaker cover, and there's 1 bolt there. I've got to undo that. And then remove this little puddle light, and there's 1 bolt holding it in there. And that's literally it. The door panel will come off. That is the lightest door panel ever. And I bet it's probably one of the most expensive door panels ever. £5,869 worth of door panel. Right, here's the actual window motor here. Right, next step, let's put the multimeter in there and see if there's actually any power going to the motor. In yet. But there wasn't anything. Absolutely nothing. Oh, that one ain't even working now either. We figured we may need the door card plugged in for everything to work. I don't know why that's the case, but we're not going to question Lamborghini. Click in. Yeah.
That one works good. So everything's got to be plugged in
for the windows to work. So with the door card plugged in, we unplugged the motor to see if there was any power going to it, but there was none still. Nothing. So the motor might be fine, but there's no power going to it. Is the signal not coming out of the door control module to tell the window to go down? I decided to disconnect the motor from the window regulator, then we could see if we could send power to it ourselves. That way we'd know if it actually works. And when we got it off, it did work. Okay, so it goes one way. Power was going to it. It won't go the other. But it wouldn't go down by itself. So either switch is bad, or the computer in there is bad. Because the motor's fine, but the only way to know is if I take that switch and put it on that side. I think we might have to do that. But after a while of being really careful, trying not to break the switch panel out of the center console, we actually found out that the switch panel was 1 complete unit with only 1 plug. So it's not actually possible to switch over the window switches. So we had to go to plan B. And that was to dismantle the driver's side door. So we think this computer controls the window and the door. It's the same on the other side. Well, it's not the same on the other side. There is a left-hand side and right-hand side one, but we're going to switch them and see if that makes this window go up and down. Hopefully it works. So let's take this one off. This door module here controls everything in the door. We're removing the passenger side and was going to switch it with the driver's side one. Mine's got, but they were slightly different. That on the top right, and yours has got it on the bottom right. But there was no harm in trying. I'm plugging everything in now, from the driver's side door into the passenger side door, and then plugging the passenger side in the driver's door to make a full circuit. Okay, that side, nothing. This side, also nothing. But neither of it worked. So that side doesn't work on that side, and that side doesn't work on that side. So what's the fix? We still don't know. We know the motor's good because it spins. This could be the issue. But we don't know. I still think the problem is with this computer. The switch works going up but not down, which seems strange to me. Why would the switch just break in the downward position? And the motor goes up but not down. And I've never seen a motor only work one way and not the other. So surely it's the module. Money's on that it's this. Why this is broken, I don't know. Maybe just Lamborghini. I've ordered one, £58. We'll find out later whether that was the issue. For now, there's even more things to fix that we've got to get cracking on with. Let's go. Most of this car is going to paint, and eventually we will be changing the colour. But a good thing about the SVJ is that all the panels can remove and go to the body shop separately. We don't actually have to drop the full car to them. So what I'm doing now is removing the side skirts, some body panels, and then going over to the driver's side, which was undamaged, and removing the rear quarter panel, side skirts, and everything else that needs to be painted. And that leaves the bare skeleton of the car. This is ready for paint now. Let's move on to the back. There's a breather pipe here which seems to have melted, so I've had to buy a new one. If we didn't fix this, then it'd also flag an engine warning light on the dashboard.
Melted.
So out with the old and in with the new. A nice easy fix there. Boom. New wing mirror, because the old one is not here. I assume it only got yeeted off in the crash and don't know where it got put. But I bought one which was, I just put in the part number, which looks like it's come off like a Passat or something like that. But it looks like it's not a dimmable mirror. This wire here, when you plug this wire in, it looks like you got that auto dim maybe. I don't know if that's going to affect it or not, and I'm not that bothered about it because, like, how often do you look in the mirror? Oh yes, we've got a mirror. Back to the front of the car, and here's the crash bar, and an expensive crash bar at that. And the good news is it lines up with the front chassis legs, so nothing's bent there. Here we go. And here's another part of the frame. We managed to get this a little bit cheaper, but there was a bolt snapped into it. So we had to drill the bolt out and then put in another riv nut. Not too much of a problem, but it saved a fair bit of cash buying a new one from Lamborghini. So it's out with the old one and in with the new bar. Again, we're hoping that this lines up straight with the chassis, proving again that nothing's bent on the front. What was next? And we're back on with the door. Now, at the minute, the door won't close because the window is stuck up and we've had to move the door out so we can actually get it up. We're hoping that it is this computer. It was a bit of a guess, to be honest, though. So we've ordered one. It was £50 for a genuine one. We tried to swap the one out the right side into the left side. That didn't work because they're different for each side. This is the moment of truth now, whether this is going to work or we've got a more serious problem, which if it ain't this, the only other thing I can see it being is the switch. But it seems weird that the switch would go up but not down. Here we go. Out for the motor, out for the plug, out for that plug, in with the motor plug, in with the motor plug, and it needed the door card on for everything to work. Come on window, come on, it's got to work. In. Right, we know that motor goes up. We want to see if it goes down. Up. Please go down. Yes! Come on! So it was this computer all along. Why that computer has failed and the only thing that's failed on that computer is the window going down is a mystery. So now I could put the motor back into the window regulator and this door should now work how it should. This is a thing with buying crash damaged cars. Sometimes you're fixing the problems from the crash and then you're also having to fix problems that the car already had before the crash. And this might have been one of them. But now that that door card's on, we're getting through these problems. And the actual frame of the car is nearly there. I'm now lining the door back up and Matt's tightening up the hinge and we're gonna test it. Any good?
Yeah, we're in.
Yeah! Get in! One working passenger door. Over here is a bit carnage. Everything has been coming just in dribs and drabs from Lamborghini. Whatever they've had, it's come, and whatever hasn't come is not come. Whatever we're getting second hand is coming in dribs and drabs and all over the place. But one thing which is absolutely hilarious, out of all of this, which has all come from Lamborghini, you can see all the packaging is Lamborghini. This is the most funny thing of all. Right here is the engine cover or the boot lid for the SVJ. And the way you sort of unhatch it, you sort of latch them up like a race car, and then you lift that up and it releases, and then to lock it down, you push it down like that. Now, For some reason on this side, I don't know if it's happened in the accident, I don't know, but this is all broken off. So I thought, well, we need a new one, and the only place we're gonna get one from is Lamborghini, because I imagine these are special size for the SVJ. So these were extortionate, over £700 for this, and they arrived, look, here's the part number, so for you guys to check out yourself. Here's the part number from Lamborghini, and when they arrived, we opened them up to find this. Not even joking. They've come from a different manufacturer, which is made in the UK, and Lamborghini haven't even bothered to remove the packaging. It even says aerocatch.com, and inside here, like, these are going back, by the way, so inside here are the catches, look. You get the keys, you get everything, and that's what we need to replace that. But over £700 for these, and then I'm thinking, well, how much are they directly from aerocatch.com? And I just put the part number in. So I went on aerocatch.com, found them on aerocatch.com for £70. And this is what's arrived. So from £70, oh my God, it's exactly the same. Look at that. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same. £700 from Lamborghini, £70 directly from the people that make them from Lamborghini. Lamborghini didn't even bother to take their branding off. Insane. Cheeky Lamborghini, but I don't expect nothing less. Few more things to fix now before finally getting this car driving. And one of them is this wonky oil cooler. To get it straight, we need a new oil cooler pipe, because that's what's holding it in this position. I'm going to unbolt the 2 bolts holding one section of the oil cooler pipe to the other section of it, and we shouldn't lose too much oil because this pipe is pretty high up. That's the bent pipe removed from the cooler, and now it should allow me to put the cooler into the bracket which we fitted earlier. And it does. It lines up nicely. Just put a little bit of sealer on there, although there is an oil seal on there, so we should be okay. Now I've got to guide the new oil cooler pipe into place, tighten those 2 bolts up so it fits snug against the other part of the pipe, and then bolt it to the cooler. And finally, the scoop-de-whoop, which goes in. This air guide simply just bolts to the cooler with 4 bolts. And once that's on, the oil cooler is no longer wonky. We're almost at the point where the Aventador, or the SVJ, or Suzanne, is mechanically good and structurally good. We're missing a few more things, which is, one of them is this bar here, and this was like a special order part. We're still waiting for that bar. But the stuff I could get secondhand, I bought secondhand. And look at this. I've got a brand new secondhand headlight. For a new headlight, £4,000 plus VAT. Absolutely insane. There's no way to cheat code this. We can't get in a light of any other car. We can't do it. Like, this is well and truly broken. It's not only the glass, it's the casing underneath. So secondhand, I got one for £1,900. It's still expensive. Let's just plug this in. Right, what are we saying? Big moment.
Big moment. I think it's going to work.
I hope it's going to work, because it was £1,900.
Yes, she's on.
Is it on?
Yeah. Full beams. Yep, she's working. Indicator. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. £1,900 well spent, if you ask me. Oh, she's coming to life. Almost there on getting the SVJ actually driving, but we're going to need a set of wheels, and mine haven't arrived yet.
Come on.
Yeah, can we borrow your wheels?
Oh, has my car turned into the new Sue?
So I sent my dad up to Mark's place to borrow his wheels off his SVJ, whilst me and Liam carried on with ours. And I thought it was about time we did a little price check-up on how much we spent. So far to get where we are with the SVJ, we have bought all of these parts, which is a total of £11,564, which really, added on top of £230,000, we are doing really well.
We've sneaked in. Mark, I don't know whether you knew, but we're stealing your wheels, and next week we might be back for the engine.
Where I could save money on this build, I've saved money on this build, because we all know how much it sucks having to pay for something that we might not necessarily have had to pay for. But then again, we all know how good it feels to get money back that you might not have necessarily known you were actually owed.
Do you know how much those Santa caps are?
I don't.
They are £800 each.
Oh my days.
And for my guys and girls in the UK, I'm about to tell you how you could potentially get some money back for being missold car finance. But first, some more parts have arrived. Finally! This is the moment we've been waiting for, which I've been worried about the whole time. This X-brace. So remember on our one, here, you can see the bulge there. Now, the theory was that when we've actually unbolted it from the chassis is pinged back. But we're about to find out, because we've got a second-hand one here, which is slightly different. This is off an Aventador Roadster. It's the same shape, same movements, but the Aventador Roadster, you see, has an engine cover which goes in there and there. So I may just get a proper one. I don't know, like, whether it's gonna be worth it or not. Proper one's like 1,800 quid. And in fact, it's gonna do the same job and it's just gonna have extra tabs on it, but I don't know. It's an expensive car, innit? So we're about to find out whether the chassis is bent, because if these bolt holes don't line up, we've got a serious problem. And we're about to find out. But let me go back to explaining how you could potentially get some money back. Now, up to 40% of car finance deals between 2007 and 2021 have been missold in what could be up to an £18 billion payout.
The recent Supreme Court ruling has said that the discretionary commission arrangements were unfair.
That's where dealers secretly increase your interest to earn more commission. And this affected up to 14 million car owners.
The call-out boys have brought the tools.
Yeah,
look at that.
Tools, look.
That's professional.
Is it?
All of this means that you could be owed up to £950 per agreement.
Have you ever worked on a £500,000 car before, but as a customer's, not as your son's?
No, that's why it's nerve-wracking.
Now, sure, you can complain directly to your lender for free, take it to the financial ombudsman, or simply wait for the new
FCA finance scheme.
No. FCA redress scheme.
Oh, yeah.
But if you are planning on doing any of them, lenders are already saying it's hard to trace back deals to 2007 because data's missing or it's been deleted.
That could make automatic payouts tricky.
But the good news is the new X-brace seems to have lined up. Oh, yes. Once we do all these up, we should be structurally good. So if you're unsure of which lender you've used, can't find your paperwork, or simply want somebody else to handle it all for you, then there's an easier way.
Reclaim 247.
They'll search for any car finance in your name. All they need is your name, address, and date of birth. Out with the old, in with the new. I'm sure Mark won't mind. There's no paperwork, no car registration, and it is no win, no fee. It takes 60 seconds to start your claim, so go to reclaim247.co.uk to start your claim today. Let's get this out of here. We now know the SVJ is structurally good and it is out of limp mode, so it should be mechanically good. But there's only one place I can think of to prove that before we start doing the final assembly on the SVJ. And that is Mallory Performance. In a couple of weeks, we are going to be fully testing this car out, and we haven't really got much time to actually road test it. So this is a perfect opportunity to see whether the SVJ actually runs right by putting it on the dyno completely bare. We're hoping it runs right, goes through all the gears, and of course, makes a lot of noise. Let's get it on the dyno and see what the power is running and if it's actually running right. This seems mental to do this at this stage, but actually there's some logic behind it. If there is any problems with the car, then at this moment, the car's stripped. So everything's a lot easier to get to, which means it's a lot easier to fix if there is a problem. I am bricking it. This is going to be so loud. 770 horsepower. About to run on the dyno after we've just rebuilt it. Oh my God, I am scared. Now before Phil runs it, he has to calibrate the dyno. And we're going to be doing this run in 5th gear. And so far, everything seems good. When it got to the run, it was different. The car just completely cut power as soon as we got to 60 mile an hour. So before we carried on, we scanned the fault codes. And we had two. One was a problem with the rear wheel steering, and the other one was a problem with the EVAP system. The EVAP system is to do with the vapours from the fuel tank. And as we've had the rear quarter off, along with the fuel filler cap, I thought it might be something to do with that. That's on, isn't it? That's this plug here, I'm guessing that's why it's saying open circuit. That plug is for the filler cap thing, so I'm guessing because that's unplugged, it's saying open circuit. But we actually managed to clear that fault. But it's the rear wheel steering. The rear wheel steering could affect our traction, to why we can't turn it off to get this car running. And if we can't turn the traction off, of course it's not going to run on the dyno. So see if Phil can like clear it off somehow. I don't know if there's a way to activate. We might need to clear it and then just run it straight away to confuse it. I don't know. So the EVAP fault is gone, but the only fault left is that rear wheel steering. And it is possible that that is restricting the speed, but let's try. Hopefully this time. We'll get to 30 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour, 50, and then at 60, the power cuts. And we have nothing. This is some kind of limp at 60 mile an hour. It's got to be to do with that rear wheel steering. That's the only fault we've got. Now the fault says that it's lost communication with the rear wheel steer control module. So that's almost like it's unplugged. But we went to the back of the car to have a look at the connections there, and everything seemed fine and plugged in. But we tried for so long before we had to call it a day. This car wasn't going to do a power run on the dyno. So we tried, but we failed. It seems like the car, it's limited at 60 mile an hour, and we think it's to do with the rear wheel steer module. That's the only fault we've got. And it's on the back left side. Even though we repaired it, I think it's limited us at 60 mile an hour. So we've got to get back to the unit, try and work out whether it is the rear wheel steer module, because the new one is $5.5 grand, and I don't want to have to buy a $5.5 grand one when that one looks fine, because it's have a broken wire somewhere. So a failed attempt, but off the car goes back on the trailer and back to the unit. Annoying, but I've got back and I have checked all the power going to the rear wheel steer module. These are the 3 plugs which lead to it, and all of them have got power and they've got signal, and they go underneath here to this motor right here which controls the rear wheel steering. So it looks like we may have to buy a new rear wheel steer motor, which is £5,500, which is just disgusting. But it's a good job we found out now rather than later. And let's not put a downer on it. Suzanne the SVJ is pretty much all ready for her body panels, and she'll be back on the road. So thanks so much for watching this video. If you've enjoyed it, hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, and I will see you in the next video. Peace out.
Finance redress team.
In the hole to keep the tensioner from, well, tensioning. Then I just hope that I've routed this belt the right way, because the only thing that seems strange is that the belt is ribbed, but the pulley on the water pump is super smooth, so it must just grip it. Right, I'm calling it. I think that this is just about ready to go back in. There is still a few damaged parts on it. The charge coolers are missing, but all of the damaged stuff and the charge coolers and everything, I should be able to get to with the engine in, and it actually probably be easier because I won't be kneeling on the floor doing it, but not before doing some vital upgrades. Most of these BMWs have adaptive suspension, so when you press the sport button, the ride height gets stiffer. When you press comfort, it goes softer, and that's all done with this damper and the control, which kind of all plugs in there. And I kind of wanted to keep that. If I changed the full suspension unit, I would lose it. You'd end up with a warning light on the dashboard, but I did want us to be able to change the ride height, which is exactly what these things are going to do. KW adjustable springs. It would be stupid not to do this whilst it's out. This is probably going to be the easiest suspension install that I've ever done. I don't even have to detach it from the wheel hub. I've got my spring compressor on because I don't fancy losing my teeth when I disconnect the top mount. And once I disconnect the top mount, I can pull it off the strut along with the spring and the compressor. How easy was that? And to fit these KW springs, you're supposed to press off the bottom spring seat. And I don't have a press, so a hammer was the next best thing. But it did the job. And once that's off, I can clean up the strut and then press on the new KW adjustable spring mount at the bottom. Bump stop and dust cover, spring, top mount bearing, and then the top mount. KW suspension on. Next modification, which is not needed, but it's almost a necessity whilst we've got it out. The downpipes, we're going to be changing these for better ones. And shout out to Evolve Automotive for sorting us out with these, because these are going to make it from a 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. They're catless downpipes, and I believe as well OPF delete. So on European cars, you've got these horrible OPF filters which make the car just like a...
Do you help?
Yeah, what would you say?
They make it sound rubbish.
But these are going to fix that for me. Okay, let's put this on. Not only should the M5 sound better with these downpipes, it's going to be helping the engine to breathe better, which in turn increases the performance. And these cars ain't slow to start off with. As usual, to get the downpipes off isn't as straightforward as we thought. There's loads of heat shields in the way, along with wires and a bunch of sensors. With it being a V8, there's 2 downpipes. So that means there's 2 Lambda sensors for each downpipe. I've got to remove all of these so I can take the heat shield off to access both of the downpipes. And now it's just a case of removing all the bolts and mounts so it can detach the downpipes from the engine. And on goes the new, fresh, Evolve downpipes. This job wasn't the easiest doing it with the engine off the car, so I can only imagine what this would have been like if the engine was in. So it should be saving a lot of time here. That took a lot longer than first anticipated, and this would have been horrible to do with the engine in the car. The only thing that we are kind of stuck with now are these probes here, which sat in the OPFs, and there must have been some sort of OPF sensors because they are electrically plugged in here, but we don't have any OPFs anymore. So I can only assume that this has got to be coded off the car. But luckily, we've got Malibu Performance for that, so we should be able to get it tuned instantly. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when we run it without these OPF sensors in. For now, I think we're about ready to get the engine in. First step is to get the engine and gearbox into position. And with 3 of us, it shouldn't be too hard to push it into place. Okay, big V8 engine is now pretty much lined up to go in. I really hope that I've remembered to plug everything in. And now I've just got to slowly lower the car down. And I'm hopefully going to get a few bolts in the top of the strut here through the strut tower, which we replaced. And then the rest, well, I think... Oh God, I'm just gonna have to wing it. I can't really remember much, but I did take a lot of photos. I'm just worried about where that one went, but I guess we'll find out. So I'm on my own for this job, but that shouldn't be an issue because all I've got to do is lower the ramp into place, and if I can get 1 bolt to hold the subframe to the car, then I should be able to line everything up off that. And I actually managed to do it, but I still haven't got the gearbox mounts in. It's just being held up with this huge jack. So I'm gonna crawl under the car and line up all the bolts and get them in to hold the gearbox to the frame of it. And now the engine is fully supported to the car. So that means I can remove the engine mount and the car can go in the air. And as I can get underneath the car now, I can tighten up all the subframe bolts and then start on the electrical connections. Like the ground wire for the gearbox here, then connecting the prop shaft up to the gearbox. There's 3 bolts which hold that in, and then there's 2 supporting bolts which hold the prop shaft to the car, and it's starting to come together. There's one last thing though, the steering rack. I've got to connect that to the steering column coming out of the car, and this job is a bit of a faff. The steering rack pushes into the steering column, and then there's 1 bolt which pinches it and holds it in place. And I just about got there with a bit of a squeeze. Now it's onto the top of the engine, which is all of the wiring. And oh my days, there is a lot of wiring and a lot of plugs which need to be connected. But luckily on these new cars, you can only connect them one way. So it's pretty easy to work out whether you've missed one out, and it's almost impossible to put a plug in the wrong connector. And I think I've just about put all the electrical connectors in. It's time to connect up the fuel lines. We've got a fuel feed and a fuel return, and then the coolant reservoir can go back onto the top of the engine. And then last but not least, it's time to connect up all the suspension parts, including the brake lines, because the calipers came off with the subframe. And that should just about do it. Hopefully. The engine is in. Either I'm getting a bit better at this mechanic stuff, or that actually wasn't too bad. It looks an absolute mess, and I'm in a bit of a predicament at the minute because the charge coolers, they're broken. I've got them over here. So this is broken. You can see it snapped off there. The other one's got a hole in it, but they haven't arrived yet. But I'm desperate to find out whether this thing starts, and also to hear those downpipes with the exhaust off, because you just know it's going to be so loud. And I know what you're all thinking. You're probably thinking, don't start it, but I kind of want to start it. I think I'm going to start it. Just to be a little bit safer, I installed both of the old charge coolers, even though they did have damage to them. But this should stop the car having a major air leak. And with them both installed, I can connect the battery up. And we'll see whether this engine starts up. Right, this is really gonna absolutely bob itself. There's no GPS, there's no coolant. I hope I don't regret this. Okay. That is insanely loud.
That's mental.
That is ridiculously loud. That was a first, well, almost first crank. Woo, okay. We actually did something. We took an engine out, put it back in, we actually fixed something. I think yeah, we've definitely progressed now because we've got an engine which is running, a fixed strut tower. The belt seems to have stayed on. Good news. Progression at its finest, although we still got the rear springs to install. But let's have a price update on how much it's cost to get to this point. The intake manifold, £622, and it was plastic. Then we move on to the water pump, which cost me £301. Fan belt, £53, bringing the total repair bill so far to £1,346. But that's without the upgrade parts. Right, here we go. One, is it going to be in the centre? 2, is it gonna hold the weight of the car? If we can drive this outside after this, then we've performed miracles. Bit of play on 3 fingers, 4 fingers a bit too much. This is the accurate finger test. 3 with a bit of play. Let me just double check. Oh my God, I think it's like 3 with a bit of play. Well, according to my fingers, this is bang on. I think so. Just need it all tracking up. So far, it seems the new strut tower was a success. All seems to be in the right place. But I was dying to see if the M5 went in gear and I could drive it out the unit.
Every time we videos me, we're bodging something.
If the M5 managed to drive out with its own power, we can definitely say we've made some improvement. Here we go. But I think I was speaking a little too soon. This is how much can you take off a BMW M5 and still drive it? Right, here we go. Oh, I've got no brakes. I've got no brakes at all. Right. Now, although the car would start, I couldn't get it to go in gear. It wouldn't come out of park. It says to engage gear, press brake. So it sounds like
The braking engagement.
yeah, but it's weird because they let me start it because you can't start it without putting your foot on the brake. We think I can't get it in gear because the brakes aren't bled correctly. The pedal is pushing all the way to the floor, so it's probably not thinking that I'm pushing the brake to put it in gear. So we're going to try and bleed the brakes and then give it another go. And I'm going to check all the connections underneath whilst I'm there. Obviously the front brakes came off when I disconnected the subframe, and it must have lost a lot of brake fluid when I did that. So we're going the old school way first of bleeding the brakes, where I'm going to sit in the car, pump the brake pedal whilst my dad opens the bleed nipples and gets any air out of the braking system.
Recycled.
To start, we're only doing the front brakes because they're the ones that came off. Let's see if that works. Despite us bleeding the brakes, I still had no brake pedal. It was pushing all the way to the floor and I still couldn't get it in gear. This is very new and, again, probably over-engineered. This is literally like... So normally on a brake system, you'd have 4 brake lines coming out the master cylinder, one going to the front right, front left, back, and the other back as well. But this one has 6... There's 2 extra brake lines which are going down and into this ABS module here, and it seems all the air in the braking system is ending up in these brake lines here, which are going into that ABS module. And it seems the only way to bleed that is to plug in a computer. I don't know whether mine will do it, the Autel will do it. They use something called ISTA. But I'm going to see if that computer will do it, and it will like self-bleed almost, I think. So, gonna give that a go. But if we can't bleed the brakes, we can't put it in gear because it seems that the brake pedal is on a pressure sensor. So unless you've got pressure on the brakes, it won't recognise that your foot's on the brakes to put it in gear. This is, well, it's stupid. Once I'd logged onto the Autel, I could see a procedure for bleeding the brakes, which is all linked up to the ABS module, which seems to be that little computer sitting underneath the car. So I'm going to see if I can follow the instructions on the Autel to see if I can get a brake pedal after that. Say when. Okay, continue. Is it? So this thing is doing something whilst fluid is being pumped out? No.
When it makes that other noise.
We had to follow the steps on the computer, and it seems as if it was bleeding the brakes using that ABS module underneath the car, doing corner by corner. We might have sussed it, but I might be speaking too soon. Seems weird. Bloody hell, it launches it out, doesn't it? Now, it said on the computer that we're supposed to have pressure going into the master cylinder. So we used this pump and then almost plunged the hole. As of course, we didn't have the right kit for it, but we'll soon find out whether that works. Service completed.
Can I press it?
Yeah.
To the floor.
You're joking. No. Really? No way. Really? What the What on the hell? What the hell? Wow. Brilliant. So me and my dad did the procedure over and over again. I think we did it 4 times, in fact, just to try and get as much air out of the system as possible. And we got to the point where there was not one single air bubble coming out the calipers. But still, nothing. Like nothing. The brake pedal was pushing all the way to the floor. In the end, we gave up on the brakes and then began to think it wasn't going in gear because it thinks the bonnet is open. But we plugged in the new sensors for the bonnet latch and tricked it to thinking the bonnet was closed, but it seems it still didn't work. We still cannot get any form of brake pedal. We've done the procedure many times. We've done, as you would normally, bleed the brakes many times over, and all of this is linked to not being able to put it in gear because we've got no brake pressure on the brake. So we're picking up where we left off from. This time we have an actual vacuum thing. This is just going to pump pressure into the master cylinder here, giving the whole system some pressure, which is I think what we needed last time. And then we're going to do the same procedure with the Autel and do it corner by corner, and hopefully after that we can get a brake pedal. Whether this is going to work or not, I'm a little bit skeptical, but let's see. We're starting off with the rear left caliper as it states on the diagnostic tool, and the pressure bleeder is taking air pressure from the front tyre into the bottle and then into the master cylinder, and this is going to supply a constant flow of This is my £30,000 Nissan GTR, and this is a £300 paint booth. Today we're about to attempt to paint my Nissan GTR in the £300 paint booth in my back garden. I got this Nissan GTR cheap from auction. It was crash damaged and I attempted to rebuild it within 24 hours. But there was a few jobs left to do on it before it was finally fixed. And one of them was paint. But before we get onto the paint, there was something I wanted to sort first. So before we start, you've seen in the last video how dirty this car is. I don't think it has been cleaned since the dawn of day. Like, there is layers of dirt coming off that. So instead of us going at it, we've got the ice blasters, and they're going to blast ice at this and probably do underneath the arch iron as well, because this is absolutely filthy. Look at this. Look at this. Why is this car like that? This GTR only has one previous owner, but it seems that owner never cleaned it. But after this, it will sure look brand new. The ice blasters are first masking up the car to stop all of the dust going on the paint, then they can get the dry ice ready. This dry ice cleaning is really clever. They're spraying high pressure dry ice onto the dirty parts of the car, which gives it a super deep clean without damaging anything. It even takes off a lot of the underseal, which the guys are going to put a fresh layer back on afterwards. With it being dry ice that they're blasting on, it doesn't get any of the parts wet, and it doesn't cause a lot of mess. You just end up with a pile of dirt on the floor afterwards. That is insane how much stuff's come off that. But look at that, all under the wheel arches now, and underneath the car, it's looking brand new, and even a fresh coat of underseal. 10 times better than this GTR was before. Now, we can begin to paint it.
What do you reckon?
Right, new, isn't it?
It is.
And the next step is now paint. We should be able to start prepping the car for the paint, which means we've got to start getting off all of the side skirts, the rear bumper, the petrol cap, and probably the boot lid as well. We've got to get it all off and exposed. Then we can start prepping this rear quarter, and hopefully this is going to work. And we're doing it all at my house. Let's do it. Luckily for me, I realised that we was going to have to paint the car beforehand, so I left a lot of the stuff loose. Yes. First off was the side skirt, then the 2 nuts holding on this little door shut piece, then the 2 bolts holding on the door latch. And then I can start taking off the seal around the door.
Have you ever painted anything before?
Like a BMX frame. This is going to be a completely new challenge for me, so I'm really excited to see how it actually goes. Meanwhile, Kevin was enjoying himself.
What? Your dog's broken.
Yeah, he's broke. Yeah. We need to make sure that the quarter panel that we're painting is fully clear of all of the other parts, like this top A-pillar trim here. But yeah, we did break that in the last video. When I say we, I meant me. And because I was thinking ahead, I didn't properly put in the glass in the last video. So we can lift both the rear quarter glass out and the rear glass and put them aside. Then I can start removing the petrol cap. Let's get this bumper off, it's a big job. Here we go. The rear lights actually come off with the rear bumper, and again I've left this all loose so it's nice and easy for me to remove. Just loads of 8mm bolts holding it on inside the boot. Then of course the 2 electrical connections for both rear lights. Time to jack it up, get the wheel off. Then I can start by removing the rear arch lining so I can access the screw holding in the rear bumper. And look how clean it is under here. The Ice Blasters really did do a good job. Once I got the screw removed out the right hand side, I can move over on the left hand side and do the same thing. Then there's one 10mm bolt holding in the bottom of the bumper, and I've got to do the same on the other side as well, whilst Kevin is still at that tree. Then finally I can start pulling the bumper away, but not without removing all of the bolts out of the rear diffuser.
Matt, we've hired a fellow driveway mechanic.
We have, yeah.
Welcome to rainy England.
Yeah. So is this the what's happening here? What's going on?
We thought we would have fun by being a driveway mechanic, but now it's raining.
Yeah. We're gonna paint it
now
in the garden.
Okay.
I've got a blow up paint booth.
Okay.
A big massive one.
Have you ever painted anything?
No.
Well,
how about
that? You know what they say about paint? It's
really easy.
It's really easy.
Yeah,
anyone can do it in their garden. Yeah.
Well, we're on the next stage now, Matt.
At least if we've got a wet Sunday, it's already wet.
That's true. That's true. The last thing I need to remove is the boot. First off is the hydraulic strut, then the 3 bolts each side holding the hinges to the rest of the car. Now to fully disconnect the boot, I'd have to remove the trim on it and disconnect all the wiring inside of it. But it's quicker at this point just to slide it inside the car. Prep welded areas with P180 by hand. P180 by hand. Now the prepping can begin for the paint. My body shop have left me a few instructions on what to do, and I'm thinking if we abide by them, we should get a nice finish. That's if everything works out.
Next step, DA rest of panel with P180. DA 180.
Rest of panel. I've been told the key for painting is all in the prep work. We've got to make sure the surface is perfect before we lay any paint at all. So all of this sanding is vital. Then it started to rain. Next up, we've got to epoxy all the exposed metal, but it's raining. We decided to cover up the car so we could mask it all up in a dry place, or when it stopped raining.
Mission failed.
It's literally throwing it down.
This is too wet for driveway mechanics.
So this is it. It's time for the paint booth. If you remember, we've spent a total of £36,460 buying and rebuilding this GTR. And similar GTRs are around £55,000 upwards. So in order for me to stay under budget on this build, I thought it might be a good idea to paint it myself. I searched for a paint booth on eBay and loads of these blow up paint booths appeared. I actually managed to find a second-hand one for £300 on Facebook Marketplace. And if this all pays off, we could have saved a lot of money.
Has anyone ever painted a car on a beach before? Clean environment.
Yeah.
No dust or any like particles in the air.
Which the beach is the perfect place to do that.
Perfect place.
We're going to attempt to set up the paint booth in the Menage, which yes, it's covered with sand, but that's why I bought this tarpaulin to hopefully stop us bringing any sand inside the booth.
Here it is.
A £300 blow up paint booth.
We got instructions.
Oh, that's good. Are they
They're-
wet? Oh,
they're
my.
only- Oh, it's on fabric.
Oh.
Crazy.
I thought it was wet paper then.
Thank you for purchasing our booth. Step 1. Find the blower connection tube.
This thing was pretty cool and well packaged.
Oh,
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. But we needed to get it up fast because the rain was coming in and we needed a dry place.
I reckon that's the blowing tube. Look, that's the blowing tube.
That looks like the blowing tube. Here we go.
Oh, it does.
Yes, perfect.
It fits on.
Combination.
Oh, no. Coming away.
The paint booth was huge. Okay, next up, we need power. We miscalculated! Another extension cord was needed to get all the way down to the paint booth so we can plug in the blowers. And here is one of the blowers. Then we noticed something. To avoid electric shock, please keep away from rain. If the rain could keep away from this, that would be a bit better. The paint booth come with two blowers. One was used to sort of blow up the tent and the other one's used as an extraction. It blows clean air into the tent and then through filters which actually clean the air inside so you're not just breathing in pure paint. Now we've connected them both up, we should be able to inflate it. Don't use it outdoors on rainy or windy day.
No, it doesn't say that, does it?
It does.
Why does it say that?
Step number 3.
Down here.
Yes.
Don't use it outdoors on rainy or windy days. We should have read that first.
We should have. It says, the booth is not waterproof.
You're joking.
So
it's supposed to be thunderstorm. No, I'm not even joking. It's supposed to be lightning tomorrow. Tuesday the 16th. Lightning.
Okay. So should we blow it up, see what it looks like, because we're here now. Then we might have to wait till there's a clear sky to put the GTR in. But every single day in England, it's windy and rainy.
Why do they sell these in England?
Yeah, no wonder he sold it on Facebook Marketplace. The problem I have is that this booth needs to stay up overnight, because on one of the steps after we primer it, we need to leave it to set. But we're here now. 3, 2, 1, lift up. It says simple the zips. And the paint booth is coming alive. It was actually working. But we made a mistake. What's this one?
That's the oh no.
What?
That's the blow up hole. Because these are the pillars that hold it up. No way. Leon, we've done it wrong.
What?
Leon, we've done it wrong. We've
No wonder it's blowing up from the inside.
because that's the extractor. Oh my! Come here! No.
He's gonna take off. He's gonna take off. This is where he meant to. Oh no! Now this is just gonna be a giant bubble, and it's gonna.
This is the
It's gonna explode! Ah! It's gonna burst! It's gonna We'd put the blowers into the wrong holes. Both of them were just pumping air into the inside of the paint booth and not into the actual structure of it. That's why the thing was about to take off. But once we adjusted it all, it seemed to work.
Look, because look, now it's got pillars.
Oh, look at that! Yeah! That's well better. With the paint booth up, all that's left to do is to peg it down into the ground so it wouldn't blow away and was almost ready to go. MTV, welcome to my £300 paint booth.
Take your shoes off on the way in. Premium carpets.
Yeah!
Oh, it's quite vibey in here.
These are the filters. Filters all the bad air. And at the front, it's really raining outside as well. Yeah. Look at it, look at this. The rain was getting worse. I think we've sprung a leak. Look, it's leaking. It's coming in up there.
Oh no!
This is the decontamination area.
So this is our clean room.
Oh, there's a big leak.
Fully raining inside.
Oh my goodness.
We need a plan.
Don't do this here.
Freddie was right. We needed this tent to stay up for at least 40
Welcome to your new camera. Please follow the instructions of the user manual to download the app and pair your camera. download the app and pair your camera. Welcome to your new camera. Please follow the instructions in the user manual to download the app and pair your camera.
48 hours. And to be clean and dry.
There's no way this tent is staying up for 48 hours in English weather. There's literally puddles forming in the Menage. These have got to turn off, otherwise they're literally going to explode. That is going to just go bang.
The weight of the rain was just collapsing the tent.
You pulled it over! Oh, no. It's going down, man! Get over there! It's going down! It's gone. It's gone.
Why has it gone down?
It's gone down.
There was no saving this now. And we just had to admit defeat.
Well, that did not work at all. Well, lesson learned, we did this, so you don't have to. Take your car to the body shop because it's what 300 quid gets you.
And that's exactly where we went next. Back to the body shop.
At the body shop.
And really, we was back to square one of DA-ing the panel down with P180. Remember, the prep work is the key, so we've got to make sure it's right. After I've DA'd the panel, maybe the colour would change after we dried it. And because it's a water-based paint, we can actually blow dry it with this tool here. But I still wasn't convinced this was the right colour. And I was right.
Matt, there's a problem.
1411.
1411.
Where's that? Here? Yeah.
Yeah. That was the yellow you picked up.
A little bit of yellow.
Yeah. Which one did I pick up?
I'm guessing 1141.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so dyslexic.
You put the wrong.
That's
I thought it looked green. That's why it was green.
So,
wait, which one's 1411? There, and I picked up 1141.
So what colour's this?
Purple.
Purple.
Ah,
and that's
with
yellow.
the grey.
And that was yellow. That's why it looks green. What, we can still go?
Yeah.
So I mixed up the paint wrong. Easily done, and some would say a rookie error. And you'd be right, I am a rookie. But now, at least we've got the correct paint code. And the correctly mixed paint. I've gone over with the correct paint this time, then gone off and blow dried this layer, and then for the final layer, Chris has gone in to not only put the last layer on the quarter, but to also blend in the door. Okay, so we've blended into the door, well Chris did, but at the minute, I still think it doesn't look the colour, but there's still the clear coat to go on, 2 layers of clear coat. But this is where we could really mess it up. So, and we don't want to be here till gone 12. So Chris is going to clear coat it now, and hopefully then it will all come together and be shiny. But I still think it's looking a bit dark, but it could be my fault for mixing the wrong paint. Now it's time for the clear coat, the thing that makes a paint shiny, because right now it's looking pretty satin. Now normally you do this whole process over a couple of days at least, to make sure all the primer gas is out and any layers underneath that. But as the body shop are allowing me to borrow this paint booth in the evening, we only have a limited amount of time. So we've actually managed to do this all in one day, but we're never going to get the best finish that way. And for that reason, I'm letting Chris do the clear coating, because this is one of the most trickiest parts and one of the easiest parts to get wrong. We don't want any drips in the final stage. But after 2 layers of the clear coat, the job was just about done. I still think it's dark.
No, I think that's spot on.
I think it's just because it's so clean.
Yeah, it's ridiculously clean.
Yeah.
It looks well good though. Look at the shine on that.
Yeah, that's
So,
I think we're not going to tell until we put it all back together. But we've got to wait for it to dry before we even touch this.
See you in the morning.
In the morning, the rear quarter glass went in, and so did the back glass, because it was good news. Oh, that looks sick! Yeah, look how shiny that is.
yeah.
Yeah, that looks sick. Thank you, me.
He literally had to save you.
That looks sick. Looks a bit green. Shut your mouth.
So straight from the middle, it's lit like a rocket. Give me a bit, I'm a rocket. Feeling like Rocky, fit in my pockets. Bipolar man, humble and cocky. They try to copy, give me the money. I need my greens like it's broccoli.
Boom. I have already put together part of the door. Just need to put together the rest of it. And then also now, improve it. We've got some modifications. So thanks again to the body shop Allied Automotive for letting us borrow the paint booth. After we drastically failed on our £300 blow-up one, the paint is looking really good. And now I've got a little bit more knowledge of how to actually paint a car. Certainly not easy, but now I'm at the point where I know what I'm doing. Putting back together the GTR. And it's starting to look good. We've done so much work to this car already, and I still haven't really drove it. So I'm hoping I get to drive it properly at the end of this video. For now, I've got to put in all the door seals and all the trims back in. And I can finally put the interior trim back in as well, and the driver's side seatbelt. Yeah, boy! Interior in, door on, trims on, seals in. It's time for the mods. It's time for the mods. I think that is looking... The petrol cap, we did actually forget to paint the petrol cap, so it's still at the body shop. Oh my God, look at this GTR. Cheap, decent Nissan GTR. All we've got to do is start these mods now, and we can actually start improving this thing. Get it on the road for the first time since the crash. Take a look at my mods. So first off, we have this, a full carbon fibre Nismo style side skirt, which is going to replace the standard side skirt. So I think this should, I don't know how well it's going to fit because this is proper rigid, whereas like the side skirt on this is like really like flexible. So it's got to fit pretty much bang on. Well, it's got to be pretty much bang on for it to fit nice. So I think we may need to do a bit of persuasion to get it on, but we'll give it a go. First thing I'm going to do is install the new side skirts with some brand new clips. Then line it up to the car to see how well it fits without doing any modifications. And it wasn't too bad. But I'm going to do what Mansory does and just add a little tiger seal to every one of the clips to make sure that this side skirt fully holds in place. Especially with what I've got planned to do with it later. And there it is, all fitted. Looks way more aggressive now. Look at this, it's got like more of an aggressive lip to it now. Look at that, it's just flat. I think it needed it. And of course, I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. But this time I've removed the door to make it that little bit easier to fit. Once both of them are fitted, I can then start reversing the GTR in the ramp. Because we can't do the side skirts without doing the front splitter. For some reason, Nissan decided to use rivets to rivet on a front splitter to an under tray. There's a bolt there, but there's also a bottom of a rivet there. Is it going to be riveted and bolted? Oh, I think we might have to take the bumper off.
You need some strength, don't you?
Yeah, I do need some strength. It's a bit time. It's time for food, isn't it? Really.
I think if you had something that was full of protein and vitamins and minerals, you might be able to get that off.
It is full of protein, isn't it? It's a good idea, and it is really hot at the minute. It's really hot. Do you know what? Look at all these flavours as well. It's feeling hot. Happy banana? No. Cold brew coffee? No. Fresh berry? But no. Mango, mango, mango. Because it is hot. It's a Y food. Perfect. Give me that boost to take this front splitter off. Do you know what this is?
It's not a protein shake.
It's not.
But it's a meal replacement drink.
But do you know what? It could be it's not a protein shake. No, Y Food is a meal replacement drink. Perfect for people who are constantly on the go like myself. It simply just replaces any meal of the day and gives you all the nutrients and vitamins that your body needs. Right, I've undone all of them bolts. And we're going to see whether that actually moves. Oh! Oh, it could be a completely separate piece. I don't know. But one thing I do know is that this has got 26 vitamins and minerals in it. It's high in fibre, high in protein, it's lactose free, it's gluten free, and there's no added sugar. It's a damn sight better drinking one of these than it is going McDonald's at lunchtime, and we all know about that. It seems that Nissan have designed the lower splitter and the under tray to be all one piece, which kind of actually makes sense. It gives it way more structure, and I'm hoping by undoing all these 10mm bolts, I should be able to separate it from the bumper. It's looking pretty good. There's loads of different flavours to choose from. I'm going to have this one for tomorrow's breakfast. There's a banner appearing underneath me right now where you can get a discount code for your taster pack as well. And let me know your favourite flavour. I'm kind of swinging towards this mango one. Cheers, Y Food. Yes. Oh, look, it's been drinking a mango. Oh my god, that is a burly front splitter, isn't it? Now I can line up the new carbon splitter to the front bumper. But it didn't seem as easy as that.
Yeah, that looks way better.
Okay. Seems like bumper's got to come off. Otherwise, because we can't get to these bolts under here. Can't get to them.
Because on the original splitter, it has holes with those grommets. You pull the grommets
Yeah,
off.
like a big, it has a...
You pull the grommets out and then you can get to them, can't you?
Yeah, we'd have to make a hole like straight through there if we wanted to do it. Getting it off.
Bumper off?
I think it's bumper off. Now luckily for me, the front bumper comes off on this GTR fairly easily. There's literally 2 bolts behind the wheel arch lining, and then the rest is all on clips. And hopefully now I'll be able to access the bolts to bolt the front splitter to the bumper. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can see here where the bolts go through into the bumper, and we never would have been able to access this whilst it was on the car because the actual splitter blocks you from getting to them. On the stock splitter, holes were drilled underneath it, and then you can put your socket through the holes to access these bolts. But you won't want to be drilling any holes through this carbon fibre one. And now that I've got the bolts fitted and the splitter attached to the bumper, I can start lining it back up onto the car. I have to say, these Japanese cars are fairly easy to work on. I wouldn't say they're as well put together as the German ones, but they're definitely more DIY friendly. And I'm really enjoying it. Now to put back in all the bolts that I've taken out and fit this front bumper for good, making sure it is properly secure. Splitter's on, but we can't do the front, side, and not the back. Let's do the back. Next up, diffuser. Now we got this from Night Racer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So shout out to Night Racer. We got the diffuser. We managed to get the front splitter and side skirts, but Night Racer got us the rear diffuser. So we're hoping this is actually gonna. The carbon looks better, but let's see how this is gonna go on the bottom of there. Now this turned out to be trickier than we first thought. The standard bumper and the diffuser is sort of in 3 pieces. You have the bumper, the diffuser, and then sort of the rear under tray which attaches to the diffuser. First thing I'm going to do is remove all the bolts and the clips holding the under tray to the diffuser. And the under tray is actually carbon fibre already. I've also got to transfer over this rear fog light as well, which fits quite nicely into the new diffuser. Then I can pull off this lower under tray with the old rear diffuser as one piece. You can see it's a huge panel. After that, I'm going to separate the lower under tray from the diffuser. Here it is, one big carbon piece. Now I can slide on the new rear diffuser, a big carbon fibre one, and it's looking really good. But there is an issue. This is the aftermarket diffuser, and then this is the stock under tray, but we think it sort of slides over it to go in, because otherwise you just lose all your under tray, which you need for aero. But the thing is, this doesn't really slide into the aftermarket diffuser. To commit to fitting this rear diffuser means we've got to chop this standard carbon diffuser, which is not cheap at all. If we chop it, it means that we can get it in then. I think I'm going to chop the edges off. Because all we need is those holes to line up to those holes.
But you don't even need them, do you?
No, we don't need them, but it would be nice to get to that point,
Right.
and then we can bolt everything all through. I don't know if this is how you meant to fit it.
We just don't want to risk breaking this diffuser because we're so close to finishing the car.
Yeah, without that diffuser, it's not going to look right.
Not at all.
Right, okay, I'm going to commit to it. I think it's best at this point for me not to look at the price of this carbon fibre under tray, because I'm absolutely butchering it now in order to fit our new carbon fibre diffuser. I'm hoping by cutting off this section here, I should be able to slide it into the new carbon fibre rear diffuser. And luckily for me, it does seem to be working. I can slide it straight in, and then all the bolt holes line up. So now I've got the aftermarket rear diffuser on with the OEM rear under tray. Believe it or not, that seemed to have worked. We've still got an under tray and we've still got a diffuser. We've left all the nuts a little bit loose in case we need to move anything once they're on the car. It's quite late at night and all the flies and the moths are coming in.
Look, you can see the moon.
Look at the moon. We've got to fix this because this is my drive home. This is my ride home. I have to get this car on the road. Let's get this bumper on. This is a big finale now of how it's going to look. We still have a few more mods as well, but whether we'll make it in this video, we'll see. Let's see how well this fits. Now, whilst I was fitting the rear bumper and the new diffuser back onto the car, it got me thinking whether it was actually worth spending the time on painting that rear quarter ourselves. We did use a lot of equipment and spent a lot of time doing it. And I wanted to tally up all the parts that we used to do it. So let's go from the start. The 180 grit sandpaper, £15 for the box. The DA, the one we used at the body shop, was £400. The compressor for the airline, £600. Panel wipe, £20. All the masking tape and brown paper collectively, £80. The paint guns, £1,535. The spray suit, which also come with this belt, £80. The mask, £414. Epoxy primer, £120 for the kit. High build primer, £90 for the kit. The charcoal thing, £23. 500 grit sandpaper, £15. The tack cloths, £16. The anti-static gun, £1,995. The actual paint for the car, £120. This blowy thing on the end of the airline, £87. And the clear coat, £200 for the kit. And that's not to mention the paint booth that we used, the paint mixing machine, the paint gun cleaning machine, and so much more. But it still brings the total cost of £5,810. Now, of course, I'm going to be able to use a lot of these tools for another job. But what would it have cost if I just got this painted at the body shop? How much would it be to paint a quarter like that?
A job like that, probably about £1,000.
So I'll leave it up to you to decide whether that was worth it or not. For me, the experience of learning how to do it was worth a lot more. And now, I can show you the results.
Don't give me this. Don't give me lip. That's what you get when you act a fool. Just one of these days.
This is the first time driving the GTR. It looks good. Let's go.
It's gonna get personal.
This is truly a dream.
It's gonna get personal.
The car looks amazing.
Oh, what a car.
And it's driving great as well. It's kind of what they're built for.
In the back garden with the GTR. How is it that we get to do this? This is crazy. Look at that. Yeah!
Oh my god! It's so... What a car!
Why does it sound so good?
Does it sound good? Yeah, I can hear it
Really
go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Weapon. Well, successful trip. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Help me!
Like a drug that I just can't deny, giving me the best high.
Elizabeth Lane, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
So I was thinking about this interview. I never preemptively respond to criticism or really respond at all. But in this one specific case, I was thinking about it because you're from Georgia, not Atlanta.
No, not Atlanta. The
You're
country.
the country of
Yes.
Georgia, the Caucasian country of Georgia. And you have been accused of being a foreign intel
Oh, yes.
operative, right?
Yes.
Which you deny.
Of course.
I just want to say out loud, I don't care. Because that's not the point. The point is the story you're about to tell true or is it not? And I should also say, having spent my entire life talking to undeclared intel operatives from one country or another, you look back and you're like, oh, wait, you were working on behalf of that country. Live in a country where, operatives for Israel are everywhere in our media.
Yes.
Paid or unpaid, irrelevant to me. Even when Mark Levin says something, my first response, I force myself, is to ask, is this true? Because that's what matters. So your critics would like the conversation to be about you, and I would like to see a conversation about what you're saying. So I just want to say that up front.
I love it. Yeah.
No, because that's what matters. And the whole thing is a diversion tactic designed to get you off of whatever the person has claimed onto the person.
Exactly.
And I don't personally play along with that. I hope that you don't, but I just want to say that out loud before we begin. So here's the reason that I was so anxious to talk to you, because I think you've gotten a lot of reporting and insight facts into a phenomenon that all of us have noticed in the past several years, which is the proliferation of, I don't want to use the word bot, but paid influence operations online.
Absolutely.
On social media. And it's not just that people feel so passionately about something that they become a shill for this or that. It seems more organized than that, much more organized than that. And in fact, it is. And so I'm going to stand back and let you tell the story, but I will want to kick it off by asking you, where is all of this coming from? So the president, for example, says we're going to have a memorandum of understanding with Iran, really our only option, clearly. And all of a sudden, there's just a wave of attacks against him. Someone else will stand up and say, wait a second, it looks like Russia could actually send a hypersonic missile into Poland. Maybe we should de-escalate. Wave of attacks. Shut up, Russian agent. What is the source of all that?
I'm glad you asked that, and I'm glad you mentioned the president, because some people think that it's coming from our government, and it's not. That's the thing. It's not coming from Trump's administration. It's not coming from the government trying to shut the dissidents up. No, it's much bigger than that. And there are people who speculated before that it is only from Israel. It is from Israel as a state. They don't even hide it. They declared themselves under FARA to get some type of control over our social media. But that's something that I'm not even worried about, because we know they are under FARA, and we know we are going to run into operatives that work with them. Millions of dollars are wasted on this. What I'm worried about is
wasted on it. No, you're right. And I know the operatives personally who are working for them.
Some attacked you.
I haven't even paid any attention, but I know Brad Parscale, and these are sad, screwed up people who are not going to. He couldn't convince you to come to dinner at his house. I don't think he's going to convince you to change your allegiance to a foreign country. So I agree with you. I don't think it's that dangerous.
Yes. So, but there is much more dangerous force behind this. And you mentioned bots. So we got to differentiate between bots and paid propagandists, okay? So paid propagandists are not afraid to show their faces. They are actually out there speaking openly about Israel and how we should support Israel over the United States. But bots are way more dangerous because they are faceless. And they operate in the shadows. They get information about family members and information they, by the way, should not have, some of this. And somehow they utilize this X, Facebook, Instagram to put it out there and ruin independent journalists. And by ruin, I mean they lie. They flat out lie, make up stories, and somehow that story ends up on big newspapers in the United States.
Yes.
And I'm about to tell you how that happens.
May I ask, just for a more precise definition, what is a bot exactly?
So bot is somebody who's faceless. Some avatar will be on the on this type of.
Is there a person behind that, or is that AI?
Sometimes, mostly it's AI, but there are real people behind it too, and you can tell by how they respond to the comments, right? Some are just actual paid bots that are there to be vicious and respond to people.
And those are human beings.
Those are human beings. And there's another part of it where just AI generates the same exact responses. And that's why you see when you said, well, we got to have some deal with Iran, and the same exact responses go out, those are bots, exact same sentences, right? Those are bots.
Whether they're human or not doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But always human operates even these bot farms, right? There's always some corporation or company that operates.
no.
And we will dive into all of that. Trust me. Like I will, by the time I'm done here, people will know exactly who's behind, what names they need to pay attention to, and what's really going on. And the same people hate Trump, by the way. They, like I said, it's not coming from Trump administration.
They've always hated Trump.
They always hated him.
And to see him do their bidding wittingly or unwittingly, you know, consciously or unconsciously, intentionally or against his will, it doesn't matter. It's the most sad thing.
Yes. So like to make it, you know, people like easy enemies. Like people like to point fingers like, oh, well, he's evil. Let's fight him. But people don't like complexities. They don't like the web. They just want easy answers. Like, who's the enemy? We go fight, right? Unfortunately, that's not how real life works. Sometimes it's more complicated. And this is why I got to start with the story so that we can get to current situation and how we ended up
And that's
here.
part of the appeal of hating Israel is that it makes it very simple. Israel's committing genocide. Obviously, it's an evil country. I mean, they're committing genocide, so like they're evil.
True.
But it doesn't mean that they're running the entire world because they're not.
They're not.
I know. I know.
I know you do. And so first, let me thank you for everything you are. Like, because I don't think you get that enough, and you should. I know you're modest, but here's the thing, Tucker. People like me would have given up a long time ago if not for people like you. Because you blaze, you know, the trail for everyone else. And this is why it becomes easier for us to fight, because they know that we don't have the backing and they come after us and all that. So, yeah.
Well, thanks. So if it's not Israel, but just to be totally clear, it's not a defense of the government of Israel, which is totally indefensible, but it's just an acknowledgement of reality.
Right.
That is way too simple.
Yes.
And it's just not, it's not true. So they're not running the world. Sorry.
Yes.
Who is?
And it's not just Israel, but yes. So let me start with a very interesting story, okay? In 2018, there was a hack that happened, and it didn't get nowhere near the attention it deserved, and for a reason, because what got exposed was a military intelligence operation in the media. And do you think that media would expose themselves by writing about it? Of course not. But it got enough attention that it got investigated. And the hack was done by an entity called Anonymous, okay?
I remember.
Remember Anonymous that they destroyed? Like Anonymous doesn't really exist anymore.
No.
So
neither does LiveLeak or any of the
right.
Yeah.
Yes. So Anonymous hacks something called Integrity Initiative, and Integrity Initiative was a project ran under Institute of Statecraft. Okay. Well, no one knew what the heck Institute of Statecraft was. It was a think tank, obscure think tank, doing its own thing. But once the exposure came out, people started paying attention because we realized how big and deep the issue ran. So some journalists that you might know, Max Blumenthal, for example, and others, actually got on this case. And they were like, this is more serious than they are telling us about. Thousands of emails came out and documents. And we learned that Institute of Statecraft was running a military operation in the media using resources to go after politicians and independent journalists, smearing them, writing the chain of articles so that they can prevent certain politicians from obtaining power in different, not just one, but in different countries and parliaments. One of them was Jeremy Corbyn, for example. I'll dive into that too. So first, let's talk about this Institute of Statecraft and what it was. Well, journalists want to check it out, where this entity is located. The public address said it was in Scotland. So some independent journalists went to see what it looks like. And when they got there, they only found an abandoned building. There was nothing there, like just an abandoned building. So they were like, okay, so this is a wrong address, even though officially that's what they say they are located at, right? So they go back and they dive into these documents that got hacked, and they finally found the real address. And it was 2 Temple Place, Central London. It was a former House of Knights Templar. and then they call other people conspiracy theorists. It's just very funny. But yeah, they picked the place. I didn't. So what came out in the emails and communications was pretty damaging, because here's a crew of journalists, intelligence officers, by the way, like Chris Donnelly, all British, some from other countries like Finland, Russia, Georgia, like that was a Ukrainian Russian, not really Russian. And all these like different countries and journalists who are on this chart, secret chart that was not supposed to be out in public. Yes. And when you look at them, they don't really work together. So there's like no real records that these people ever work together. But here's a chart from an actual organization that says they do work together, and they themselves designed it. I'll explain this too. So what they did is they would communicate with each other via different means, like email was one of them. And they would write up these smear campaigns against people they didn't like. And they did all of this is my favorite part, under the gaze of fighting Russian disinformation. Okay?
Yes.
Of course. So they got the funds because the idea was we need to fight Russian disinformation, and we need crew of journalists and somehow military officers for it and intel officers for it. And we are going to go after everyone that spreads Russian disinformation. Now explain to me, Tucker, how is Jeremy Corbyn, a British politician, a Russian agent? Because that's what they said. Well, they didn't want Jeremy Corbyn in power, so they started smearing the guy, writing articles like Jeremy Corbyn is like spewing Russian propaganda. He's an agent. He's Putin's lover. He's Putin's puppet. Who's, you name it.
And he's a Nazi. He's an anti-Semite.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, a lot of organizations talk about supporting veterans, but not all of them actually do it, not even close. And that's why we only partner with companies we know are telling the truth and really working earnestly to make a difference. Black Rifle Coffee is one of them. We've been partners with them for years. We know them. Black Rifle supports good-hearted American philanthropies like Boot Campaign. For years, Boot Campaign has provided individualized care for veterans and military families dealing with the wounds of foreign wars, PTSD, chronic pain, traumatic brain injuries. When you get your coffee from Black Rifle, which we do because that's delicious, you help keep missions like Boot Campaigns alive. Caring for American heroes does not stop when they leave the military. That's why companies like Black Rifle and groups like Boot Campaign are vital. To help today, visit bootcampaign.org, bootcampaign.org.
But
now, what was it? Do you have any idea what the calculation was there? Why were they opposed to Jeremy Corbyn?
So I don't know exactly why.
He was the head of the Labour Party in Britain.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed about these people is very simple. They oppose everyone that's not on their side. So it doesn't matter if you're a Nazi or a good guy or whatever. Like if you're not part of the crew, you don't get to do anything.
And the agenda is a globalist agenda.
100%. 100%. It's the same agenda why NATO was created. Their agenda is the same agenda as like George Soros, for example. George Soros is a huge part of the story.
Yes.
Huge part. So whatever George Soros's agenda always was is the same that these people share very, passionately. So Jeremy Corbyn was not the only one. They had somebody called I gotta look, sorry. It's a lot of names. Pedro Bados or something like that. So anyway, a Spanish military guy. So this Pedro was considered for one of the highest positions in national security in Spain. I looked him up. He's a decent guy. Like he just has his own channel, like talks about politics, opposes globalism with everything he can. So they decided that Pedro Banos was going to be a Russian agent, even though he had no connections to Russia whatsoever. So yeah, they started writing pieces that Pedro can never be part of national security in Spain because he's a Russian agent, he's a Putin puppet. So anyway, the same exact thing. The tactics never change. You're Russian agents, therefore you don't get to be in positions like of power, right? So they destroyed Pedro Banos' candidacy. He did not go and occupy the post that he was named for. So they completely destroyed him.
Wow.
So they have power. Yes.
So who are they exactly?
Yeah. So this is where we get to the most important part, okay? Well, everything I'm going to say from their own words and their own charts and what they wrote in those documents. And this is one of the charts I brought you. These are they, by the way. I don't know if you can see it, but these are journalists, these are intel officers, and everyone that was on the chart. I don't know if you can see it, but I can explain it. So, I don't want to confuse people by lots of names, so I'm going to give you the most important names that kind of drove the show, right? Chris Donnelly was one of them, and Chris Donnelly is a British Army intelligence officer. He was the one who got the funds for something called Integrity Initiative. And you know who paid the money? British Foreign Office. Yes. So you have a think tank running an operation in the media that is funded by British Foreign Office, and we know nothing about it. Okay?
And its stated purpose was what? Just to
fight Russian disinformation. But they are doing it through intel officers. And how is that justified? And they have these journalists assigned in every country, which we will talk about. As you can see, there's a network management there. So they have these journalists assigned to different countries with the teams, how they're going to fight this Russian disinformation, right? So one of them was Jessica Aro from Finland. Have you ever heard of her?
No.
No one has. The only people who know who Jessica Aro is, people in Finland, okay? So because I'm not an expert in Finland, when I started investigating this network, I said, I need people on the ground, independent journalists who will help me identify what this Jessica Aro actually did, right? So they advised me to reach out to 4 different Finnish journalists. I made sure to pick the ones that are completely independent. I said, I want journalists with 2-bedroom apartments, nothing more. I need people who have no money and are in it for the good. So they advised 4 different people. Okay, 2 of them knew each other. The other 2 was on the other side of the political spectrum, so they didn't really communicate, which is exactly what I wanted because you're getting 2 different perspectives. I kid you not. Every single one of them, when I mentioned this hack, said, look into Jessica Aro. Without exceptions. Every single one. This is the woman you need to look into. She's a deep state operative. So then I started asking, what did she do? And one of the journalists said, well, she ruined independent journalists and their careers and their lives. Yeah. So I'll tell you her direct story coming from her own mouth. Okay. She said she had a nice career like you did on actual network. She even worked for BBC. And when she started telling the truth about Russian-Ukrainian war, she got fired. So she was like, okay, well, I get fired. I don't care. Like, I'm going to, do what you did, start her own thing. And after she started her own thing, they just started hammering her. You're a Russian agent. You're a Russian puppet. You work for another government. The same exact strategy, Tucker. It got so bad that her neighbor called the authorities on her.
Yeah, that sounds like Finland.
Yes, that is.
I'm part Finnish. I can say this. It's a wonderful country, smartest people in the world, beautiful, but very strange.
Yes.
And the most conformist place. It's a shame. I think one of the only white countries with a shame culture, an Asian shame culture.
I completely agree.
It's a very different kind of place. It's not quite Europe. No.
Yeah. But here's like the interesting part. Authorities get there, right? And they investigate whatever they do. And they tell this neighbor, she's not Russian agent. You're fine. Just shut up. Like, we're good.
Yeah.
So here's a great case, Tucker, where authorities know exactly what's going on, that no one is a Russian agent, yet they're absolutely okay with this clan of people on that paper. This is not my chart. This is their chart. Attacking independent journalists, completely destroying their career. Oh, so why you're not a Russian agent and we just destroyed your career, but shut up. It's okay.
Home ownership has always been at the center of the American dream. It is an actual asset, a place people work their entire lives to build, a place of stability and security and real value. Right now, though, too many homeowners are stuck swiping credit cards to cover groceries. There's basically a survival tax of 20% interest or more. So why keep handing your money to the banks when you could keep it for your family? Interest is what kills you. Our friends at American Financing have a better way. They're helping homeowners use their hard-earned equity, and they're supporting Americans looking to fulfill the dream of owning a home with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. American Financing saves its customers an average of $800 a month. That's about 10 grand a year. It's not just a loan, it's a true financial reset. We recommend American Financing. They're called America's home for home loans for a reason. So get out of credit card debt. I mean, it is just crazy to borrow money. No judgment, but it doesn't make any sense to borrow money at that rate. If you want out, call 800-685-5696. 800-685-5696 or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Tucker. It's interesting that they would. So this is a group based in the UK, funded by the UK Foreign Office.
Not only UK, as you can see, there's like let me show you.
But it's interesting that they feel they have to crush a Finnish, someone in Helsinki. It's a country
Right?
of 5 million people.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
why do
they
they care?
also crushed people. Let me read this to you. So they have one in Visegrad countries. They have Ukraine. They have Baltic countries. So these are clusters, Tucker. They assign their agents or whatever they call like themselves. They assign their journalist agents to every country. So they have clusters in Baltic countries. They have clusters in Georgia, in Ukraine, so Eastern European countries, in Finland and other places. And one is in the United States, and we'll talk about that too. And this is how they operate. Now, because there are a lot of names and all these journalists are little, operators of these people and go out and, they bake a new article about Tucker Carlson or something so that people think that you are a Russian agent or Qatari agent or whatever. That's what they do. This is a network they have. So the part that I want to talk about is the names that are most important here, okay? Chris Donnelly was one of them because Guy is a British, intelligence, like army intelligence agents running the operation like this. What is this? And another one is Ben Nemo, who I think is extremely important figure. So Ben Nemo worked as a NATO correspondent. By the way, they all start in journalism and they advance either in politics, like Sikorski, for example, the Polish minister.
Radek.
Yes.
Yeah. Anne Applebaum's husband.
Yes, correct. Did you know that he also started as a journalist?
I remember when he was a journalist in the 1980s, writing for National Review magazine.
There you go.
Yeah.
So all of them do, Tucker. And if you look at this chart, then they move up. So they start as journalists and then they do their due diligence there. And then they get promoted in different places like OpenAI or NATO or something. And I'll tell you Ben Nemo's case. So I looked into Ben Nemo and I was like, this guy is very interesting. He starts as a correspondent with NATO and then he joins NATO's press office as an employee. He then ends up in an American think tank, Atlantic Council, and he works for, get this, Digital Forensics Lab. And what does Digital Forensics Lab does? Well, they recruit little keyboard fighters to fight Russian disinformation on social media. So what happens is Ben Nemo, that just got exposed under British military intelligence operation, running after journalists and attacking opposition in Britain and attacking some guy in, in Spain, this military guy that they didn't want to get the position. Again, their own document says that, not me. So now somebody thought it was a good idea to take Ben Nemo and put him as one of the main figures in Digital Forensics Lab in Atlantic Council so they can manipulate American media, I guess. Now, am I saying Ben Nemo is the head of everything? No, but he's one guy involved in both operations that do exactly the same thing. One in big media, like these guys, and another one on social media. But it gets better. So, yes, Ben Nemo joins OpenAI. He works with them now. And there's another person that needs a lot of attention. That's Peter Pomerantsev, okay? You come from big media. Have you ever heard of Peter Pomerantsev?
No,
never. Right? Well, he's very important. He writes for biggest publications. He writes for The Atlantic. He writes for New York Times. He writes for all the big newspapers in America that you can...
Most discredited
but
so-called news organizations in the country. Yeah,
I agree. But he does that though.
Who is he?
Peter Pomerantsev is a Kiev-born Jewish person that somehow got British citizenship, which is very questionable because I tried to look into like how did that happen, and I couldn't find like
He's originally Ukrainian.
Yes, Ukrainian-born Jewish person. He ends up being a British citizen. Then he somehow ends up going to Russia to join media sphere there. I don't know what happened. He got kicked out probably. I don't know what happened, but he ends up coming back to Britain and starting working with the biggest publications you can imagine. But here's a question I have for you. As a journalist, as America's #1 newsman, you know, when you were at Fox, or,
Right.
but you are though. You had most. What was your show's ratings?
I don't know. I never.
But it
paid
was
attention.
big, right?
Yeah, it was big. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the biggest in cable news, but I always thought that was like being the hottest
Biggest-
Supreme Court justice. You know, not
Biggest
that
in cable
impressive.
news. Great.
Yeah.
How many honors and medals do you have?
I would have to go into my honors and medals room, and I haven't been in a while because my servants are
Yeah.
dusting it.
But do you have a lot of medals in it? Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
None.
Well, Peter beat you with a ton of them. You know, he has a lot. He has a lot.
Awards?
Yes. If we didn't know, yes, honors and all kinds.
I've never heard of the guy.
Yeah, I know. So he gets ton of
Journalist
honors.
Award. 5 years this month I've been doing this, and these people, the idea that you would get an award, I'm an award-winning journalist, really, who gave you the award? On the basis of what?
Oh,
I
base
mean,
of
I've
what?
never won any award in journalism that I know of.
Exactly.
Well, I'd be glad not to win an award. I don't want an award. I wouldn't accept an award.
How many times have you testified in front of Congress, UK Parliament, or American Senate? How many times I want to ask you because it's so interesting. How many times have you given them advice on wars, Tucker, or information?
Well, I did give Trump a lot of advice on wars, like don't have them, but he ignored
Well,
my
what about
advice.
What about U.S. Congress or Senate?
No, they hate me. They've always hated me.
Right.
Right. Our job is to focus on the people with actual power
Right.
who are writing history in real time and assess what they're doing and tell our readers or viewers about it. That's just a really simple job. And so your job is not to suck up to power at all.
Right. I agree. Well, Peter Pomerantsev has given plenty of advice to our Congress and Senate. Did you know that?
No, I've never heard of the guy. And he's
I know.
a famous award-winning journalist.
Well, he's a famous, honored journalist on so many different awards, like honored as like, yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yes.
It's a pretty small world. I mean,
right?
Journalism's pretty small.
Yeah. So he also, like I said, advised
Pomerantsev.
Pomerantsev. Yes.
Pardon, my accent doesn't allow
Yeah. Well,
accurate pronunciations.
no. I mean, it's a hard last name, right? And so here's an interesting part, though. This guy advised UK Parliament. I mean, he's British. Why do we care? Whatever they want to do. But he also advised our Senate.
On what?
How to fight Russian disinformation and politics and all that. And there's an actual video. I put it up online where he goes, well, the problem is that Russians like Putin and we gotta address that. And I'm like, wait a second. So a Kiev-born Jewish person is mad that Russians like Putin? Why is that your business? Excuse my language, why is your ass burning that Russians like their president? Who are you?
Well, that would be one of my first questions too, especially since you're speaking before a body that is